Hey everyone, are you okay? Okay. So welcome to this year's edition of the UO Week. My name is Maria. I'm going to be your main host today. And together with Alankrita, Ritika, and Adriano, we would like to open the platform for discussion and to introduce the topic of designing under pressure. In the landscapes of today, we are facing a multiplicity of environmental, socio-political, and economical challenges that we're trying to operate within a set of social, governmental frameworks, dynamics, planning and design choices, which are sometimes working, sometimes not so much. Within this field of vulnerabilities and dilemmas, we have a certain agency. We would like to explore what our responsibility is as a student, as a professional, and also as humans. We would like to understand better our own standpoint and perception, and to question it, critically think about what we choose to embrace. We would identify patterns of systemic issues within our complex landscape, and we will think about what tools do we need to acquire in order to address those issues properly, and to reimagine the spaces we inhabit, and to reimagine our future as well. So, I will introduce the rest of the schedule for today. Yes. So in the next session that is going to start is we're going to be introducing the results from our UO challenge, and be joined by two teams, our honorary guests. We would so if you missed it, we introduced in the beginning of the quarter a small exercise, which was in the format of a hackathon, where you had to critically observe, think, and present a certain urgency within your own context. We have received some very interesting proposals, and I would like to introduce our guests. Our first team is going to be from Joan Patel and Sayam Mulani, who are fresh graduates from the University of Mumbai, aspiring to continue their master's studies. Joan is passionate about cultural landscapes and living natural systems, which he is looking to delve deeper into specializing as a landscape architect. Sam's belief in increasing resilience of cities and neighborhoods has developed with the way future of planning and urban design, which he will be interested to look in the urban realm. Together in their project of Pockets of Pamplicets, they bring a hello. Yes. Yeah, they will be bring the interdisciplinary approach of their design thinking and ideation. We have Siam here. Yes.
Yeah.
Hi. Hi, Siam. Maybe you would like to share with us your slides, and we can present
Yes.
for you. Yes. Is everything okay with the sharing?
Just a second. I think I'm getting a notification that screen sharing is disabled for participants.
moment.
Yeah. Is it visible now?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you for the introduction. So I'm with Jahan, my co-partner in the project. Yeah, and we're happy to present our work today. So our project is labeled Pockets in the Palimpsest, which refers to these highly dense cities of the global south, particularly Mumbai. At an overview, our project tries to understand the reality of these several original and more than a century old neighborhoods of Mumbai that are very densely packed and rapidly urbanizing, which compromises on the quality of life for the people inhabiting these neighborhoods today. Our project attempts to work with these circumstances and understand the potential to imagine the possible scenarios through simple urban design regulations. So the neighborhood we have selected is called Dongri Charnal, which has been serving as a market and residential precinct in Mumbai since the 1800s. As you can see in this aerial isometric that we've created, that the original building clusters maintain a closely packed urban form, usually surrounding a small court, maintaining a height of ground plus 5 stories, so a lot more of a human scale, which was originally planned. Besides the main spine, which is as seen here, the internal roads are as small as or as compact as about 6 meters. As the neighborhood, when it was originally planned, was pre-motorization. So currently, these streets are filled with cars, and the shared courts have been acquired by developers to construct towers due to the real estate potential of this area. This is leaving little to no space on the streets for public life, and even the small pocket spaces which are there are being redeveloped now. So the social and cultural interactions are declining and leading to a decline in public life and quality of life overall.
So to work with these circumstances, we looked at this palimpsest of the neighborhood layers, ways to understand the opportunities we can harness. So first being the socio-cultural corridors that can be established between the shared codes to strengthen public link to these spaces and internal streets that can be treated to maximize the interaction at street levels. Second are the commercial edges, which need uniform guidelines so as to maintain a healthy relation with the street without encroachment. And third, finally, are the potential existing open green spaces that can be preserved and enhanced to improve livability. And lastly, is reorganization of street access uh, for the pedestrians of the internal streets to facilitate the public life and car-free streets that enable the first three layers to work. So, seeing the potential in these pocket spaces and internal streets, we figured out a strategy as a form of urban acupuncture. As we can see in this zoomed in block isometric, which shows the density of these clustered blocks, where street life is restricted almost completely to the building edges. We have showcased here three probable scenarios to maximize the potential of these pockets. They can be created as pockets or pocket parks where in residential clusters, or to be civic plazas where adjoining public or religious communities can have facility. Or finally, they can be reserved for temporal activities like weekly markets or public festivals to cultivate socio-cultural activities. And at an overview scale, our project attempts to analyze the complexities of the development in historic and informal neighborhoods and sort of propose to decongest the streets for pedestrian-centric interaction. So as we believe these can foster sustainable developments and amplify the precinct's cultural identity. Thank you.
Yeah, so that was our attempt at the UL challenge, and we would love to hear thoughts also on this.
Thank you so much. It was a very interesting and inspiring project. Thank you so much for your ideation and you'll be receiving your award in the upcoming days. We have one more submission. However, right now our participant is not able to join. we received her work was on the. We will just mention right now her work. It is on. You can also stop the sharing. Thank
Yeah.
you. Her work is based on the Mekong Delta. You can see it there exhibited, and it was tackling the flood resilience and then living with water and not trying to control it. So we will try later on to include her in the program. But for now, I will give the stage to Ritika and she will introduce our speakers.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Ritika, and I'm delighted to introduce our first speaker for today. It's a pleasure to welcome Rahul Srivastav, co-founder of URBS and Institute of Urbanology. Rahul studied social and urban anthropology across Mumbai, Delhi, and Cambridge. His work spans ethnography, visual storytelling, and participatory urbanism. For instance, he also co-wrote The Slum Outside with Matthias Inchauvi, exploring life in Dharavi. With URBS, Rahul applies anthropological insight and visual ethnographic methods to urban practice, designing participatory processes, producing urban narratives, and working in places like Mumbai, Geneva, and beyond. Today, Rahul will share with us fresh ways to think about urban spaces, community voice, and how design and planning connect with lived experiences. We welcome you to TUDELF, Rahul. Can you please share your screen? Thank you.
Hello, nice to meet everybody, and thank you for the wonderful introduction. I had shared the presentation online, or should I share it from my computer?
From your screen, that would be also nice.
Okay, I shall do that. 1 second, I'll have to share my screen first. Can you, is it visible?
Yes. Yeah, we can share.
Okay,
We can
great.
see your screen. Yeah.
Okay, great. So I shall just, you can see the first slide, right?
Yes, we can
So
see.
we have titled the first slide Splintered Landscapes. I mean, the title of the presentation is Splintered Landscapes. And why do we talk about splintered landscape? Anybody who's familiar with many urban places all around the world, not only Mumbai, will realize that any city is not composed only of one kind of habitat. There is a huge diversity of habitat, and our ability to appreciate the presence of this diversity is one of the biggest challenges in urban design. This is something which URBS has been struggling to do for many, many years. Just a very brief background to URBS. Matthias Echenove, myself, along with a collective, we were all co-founders of URBS in Mumbai, specifically in the neighborhood of Dharavi. Now, Dharavi, as many of you know, is one of the oldest neighborhoods, which is extremely well known all over the world for its economic activities. And it is also, from an anthropological point of view, a very, very interesting constellation of the way in which communities work very closely with capital and production. And this has been the reason why we have always been involved um, in Dharavi in particular. You can see here the two maps. Both of them represent the city of Mumbai in different time zones. The reason why it's important for us to look at both these time zones is once again to go back to the theme of both pressure as well as what is considered to be a sort of a splintered or fragmented landscape. In the case of Mumbai, Mumbai was actually very physically and very distinctively made of many different land masses. And you can see in the 17th century, there was an understanding of the city in terms of land and water, which is very different from what you see, say, in the next map, which is 2023. One of the most important things to keep in mind about this very unique and strange landscape, which transformed over 2 or 3 centuries, was the fact that there were two layers of colonial presence in this part of the region. The first layer was brought in, of course, by the Portuguese, who came around the 16th century. And the second layer happened a little later in the 18th century with the coming of the British. And you can clearly see that both these colonial presences had a very different relationship towards land and water. So, in the words of Anuradha Mathur and Dilip Dicuna, when the Portuguese colonized Mumbai, this region, they mapped the city mostly in the monsoons, and they essentially saw a very different constellation of water and land. And when the British came much later, they came with a very different relationship towards, attitude towards nature, industrialization, etc. They mapped the city in summertime and saw a lot of land mass. And eventually, it is their map which began to dominate. And what you see today is really a unified land mass, which quite defies the geological sort of context in which the city is actually embedded. But even today, as you can see in this landscape, the city continues to be made of very, very different kinds of landscapes. Here you see the Suri region with the famous flamingos. You see a lot of industrial refineries in the background. This is a photograph once again of three different kinds of landscapes. You actually see Dharavi in the foreground with those little blue tarpaulin sheets. You see a very dense mangrove. Hidden in the mangroves also are ponds and water bodies which continue to sustain the fishing community in Dharavi, Mumbai, specifically in Kolivada. And behind that, you can see the rest of the built form, which is more familiar to everyone. And right at the end, you can actually see the start of the Sahyadri range in which the city of Mumbai is embedded. This city brings out all these diversities of landscapes which make up Mumbai. Over here in this map, you can see the mangroves. You can see the Meethi River, which is actually part of a much larger set of water flows. You can see Kolivada, which is the fishing village, which is embedded in Dharavi. So Kolivada is the dark red neighborhood. You have the pinkish sort of tinge belongs to Dharavi, and then you have the rest of the city. The Koli community, this is a very classic representation of the Koli community, is a very integral part of Dharavi, and Kolivada in many ways is often seen to be the nuclei around which the neighborhood grew. Now, once we enter into Dharavi Kolivada, we see a particular kind of built form once again, which may surprise many of us because from the outside, we often represent the neighborhood as in a very reductive label, which is often called a slum, something which we in urbs have always challenged. And here you see how the village form actually dominates in many ways. These are photographs once again to give you a sense of what the neighborhood is. It is a neighborhood again composed of different communities. There are Hindus, Christians, Muslims, and other communities as well. These are again images of the neighborhood. Here we come again to the mangroves. The mangroves are a very integral part of the landscape, something which is often ignored because we often tend to think of it purely in terms of physical and human density. But the reason why sometimes landscapes are ignored is because, and this is where I evoke the title of your very interesting forum, which is the idea of pressure itself. The idea of pressure and the idea of contingency, the idea of being in a hurry, of urgency, has really become the language of urban transformation. And when this happens, this sense of pressure produces a very restricted set of possibilities. For a lot of time, the city of Mumbai was constantly producing a narrative that we are under pressure of huge immigration. And the city is constantly in a flux of migration, and that is what is causing most of the problems in the city. And you can see that images like this would often be demonstrated to show again a sense of pressure coming from population density and an encroachment on natural resources. The fact of the matter is that this narrative of urgency and pressure is something which hides as much as it reveals. Now, the fact is that in this photograph, you can see that the pressure is coming really not from the people who live in the neighborhood, but a lot of the garbage flows which come through the Mithi River into this region, into the mangroves from elsewhere in the city. As if you saw the map of the city, you saw the location of Mithi. You also see that the entire city's garbage enters over here. So the pressure is not only produced by the neighborhood, but by the city as a whole. And in fact, through our own work, we have seen that how local residents, especially the fishing community in Kolibada Dharavi, have still tried to somehow carve a niche, carve a space for an activity which is fishing, which is often seen to be completely anachronistic to the modern identity of the city. We have worked very closely with these communities, and you can see here, in spite of huge amounts of pressure points, a lot of sort of effort goes into keeping this alive, this activity alive. I'm just showing you more images just to give you a sense. Now, why this focus on fishing, and why it seems to be almost anachronistic to the identity of Mumbai? And for us, this kind of positioning of an urban landscape in a very limited way, in which we only foreground one kind of landscape and we present everything else as if it is something which belongs to the past, which is not something which can be part of the city's present, as a real problematic narrative, which creates an artificial sense of pressure and agency, and which desists or sort of distracts us from looking at many other real elements which create and contribute to real pressures. For example, inequality. For example, the way in which we allow resources to be only used by certain citizens and not by everybody else. And why we create even strange evolutionary narratives which say that cities should really only belong to a certain kind of economy, and different kinds of economies, especially which are linked to what we consider to be pre-industrial spaces, are not really suitable. We challenge these narratives. So this is again to show you. So this is one project which my Herbs team, which involves Karina, Samidha, Bharat, Jay, besides of course Matthias, Geeta Mehta, the co-founder of Herbs with me. We've been working on a number of projects, and recently we have been trying to work very closely with the immediate neighborhood of where our office is located. And the idea is to look at this landscape, what I just showed you earlier, and see it in a future in a way which does not necessarily homogenize it to merge with the landscape behind, but it presents itself as a very important and assertive presence, which is still integral to the modern identity of the city. So this particular project is essentially, it's called the Garden of Festivities. It is trying to rejuvenate the forests. It is the mangrove forests. It is trying to rejuvenate and support the ongoing activities of fishing, which a number of people still do. And the idea is not to present this so-called splintered landscape as if they are anachronisms, but actually talk about the diversity of habitats which make up not only a city like Mumbai, but many cities around the world. So these are images from the ongoing project design. This is supported by the RIAC Foundation. This project is actually underway. You can see here the inaugural ceremony of the project. These are photographs which show the ongoing activities. Now, the reason why for us it's important to talk about this narrative of Mumbai is mainly to also counteract the kind of images which the city is constantly generating. Recently, the city has been generating a lot of images about infrastructure. It has been presenting and showing its understanding of mobility purely in terms of commuting, which of course is very important for the city, but that is not the only way in which we can address the issues of the city. And by deliberately presenting a very different memory of the city, which involves fishing, which involves boats, which involves the sea, which involves the waterfront, we are also trying to address a very important part of what the city is going to face in the coming years, which is also the impact of climate change. And this is something which we cannot ignore. Uh, One study which we did, which we call Koliwada Tales, Mumbai and the Challenges of Climate Change, essentially looks at how the fishing community actually has had a huge experience in dealing with the vagaries of the weather, which have translated themselves into small incremental moves, which show a lot of sensitivity to how vulnerable the city is and how communities like the Koli community can actually help in preventing the excesses of what climate change normally foretells for all of us. Uh, Over here, I'm taking the landscape a little away from Dharavi and Koliwada and looking at a different neighborhood where we also had an office for some time. And this is in Shivaji Nagar, Govandi. Now, this landscape is an interesting one because it again hides a different kind of reality. This entire neighborhood was built essentially on a garbage dump. This neighborhood, Shivaji Nagar and Govandi, emerged when there was a relocation of a lot of people living along the pavements, along the railway tracks on pavements in parts of Mumbai as part of a World Bank project. And they were relocated over here. On the right hand side, you can see a little curved roof. That is where our office was. We were over here for almost 3 to 4 years. And we were arguing even then that if you do not pay attention to two or three very important elements of how neighborhoods and cities actually emerge, then we will again find ourselves creating a very false narrative of different kinds of pressure, whether it's population pressure, whether it is the urgency of relocation, resettlement, and why people have no choice but to simply give in to whatever sort of options are provided for them. And this narrative of constant pressure hides from us a very important reality, which is that there are a lot of people who respond to pressure, but in very, very creative ways. If you had ever traveled to this place 30, 40 years ago, you would have seen a completely different landscape. You would have seen the edge of the city. You would have seen a lot of garbage. This is where even now the garbage dump exists. But at the same time, you would have seen people being relocated in extremely poor conditions with no infrastructure. And incrementally, over a period of time, one of the most important things which happened was that the people themselves began to create a neighborhood over here. And in the image behind, you can actually see a totally different typology. This is again part of the city's very, very fragmented, diverse, you can call it splintered habitat. And there you can actually see those typical buildings which are constructed en masse for people to be relocated. Here you can see that both these typologies actually coexist, and that in many ways what has happened in the typology in front, which we call the homegrown typology, this is the term which we use, we actually see the fact that the quality of life has the possibility of constantly improving, whereas a lot of people who live in mass constructed apartments often find that if they do not have an economy to help sustain their lifestyles, the entire standard of living can actually start to deteriorate. And this brings us to a very important part of our larger argument as urbs. That is that no matter what the pressures are, no matter how dense neighborhoods can be, one of the most important ingredient for transformation is time and patience. When you do something or when you try to create carte blanche transformations, immediate transformations in a hurry, we actually do not necessarily start creating a form of practice or a way of life which in many ways allows people to get engaged and involved. Whereas what we have seen is that the moment we understand that the logic of urban transformation, first of all, is dependent on the ability of people themselves to participate in processes of neighborhood formation. Number two, it is very important for us to allow incrementalism to become an important part of this transformation. That means you allow time itself to be an important factor and do not create an artificial sense of urgency. And thirdly, to not be afraid of the presence of people as an important part of neighborhood formation. These three are very important learnings for us. And in January, and I'm sorry to give a little bit of a plug-in for our book. It's called The Homegrown City, Reclaiming the Metropolis for Its Users. This is written by Matthias Echanove and myself. This book is coming out by Verso Publications in London, in which we summarize a lot of what we have talked about. The essential part of this particular, the essential argument of the book is that most neighborhoods, which we call or dismiss as slums, are actually emergent from a very distinct economy. And that economy is a homegrown economy. That economy is something in which the home itself is a very integral part of the neighborhood's formation. And it is very important for us to understand, to recognize, to validate this entire way in which people themselves contribute to the creation of neighborhoods and to provide it a much more dignified narrative. It is only when we do this will we be able to genuinely create an understanding of urbanism, which is accommodative, it is inclusive, it allows for different forms of imaginaries to operate. It allows us to use language, vocabulary in a very, very sensitive way in which people, their histories and communities are all, paid a lot of consideration to. It's important for us to understand that the way in which the notion of pressure itself is imposed onto the way in which urban planning or urban futures are understood and visualized needs to be challenged. It's very important for us to understand that cities generally are not fixed entities. There is an element of fluidity to their landscapes. There is an element of fluidity to the way in which the typologies emerge. It is important for us to understand that no urban landscape has to be standardized. We are really entering into a very narrow bandwidth and definition of what urbanism is. We are in fact creating a kind of a generic notion of the city, which is something which actually keeps falling apart. Recently we have seen a lot of interesting reports coming out, for example, of the not so great success of the so-called smart cities missions in India. Quietly the smart city mission is being sort of folded up and filed away. And the reason for that is that that project also produced a very fetishized and narrow bandwidth of what cities are, in which people, their histories, their embeddedness in geology, in geography, all of these things suddenly became unimportant. And even that project was constantly working with a sense of urgency and pressure. This is what we need to become. This is how we need to factor in technology. This is how we need to transform urban landscapes. And the notions of what makes cities were being reduced to very, very small and specific elements, which were quite reductive. And it is not a surprise to see that many of those kinds of projects have not been able to be very successful. The technocratic or purely engineering interventions do not make a city, and especially not cities from in many, many parts of the world. We must remember that every region, every part of of the world has its own relationship to both territory, to the way in which people live, to habitats. And it is extremely important that we do not take one kind of narrative and move to and use it and generalize it for everyone else. So just to give you an example, in the case of Mumbai, this whole idea of population pressure as being the root cause was often ignoring a very important reality of what Mumbai city also represented, which is the fact that a lot of people who came to Mumbai city continued to keep relationships with the villages from where they came. It was not a one-way migration. This is a study which URBS also did, called circulatory urbanism, a few years ago, in which we pointed out that the city grew, yes, through migration, but a migration in which there was constantly coming and going. There was a to and fro movement. And this is not surprising. This is not unique only to Mumbai. In fact, circular migration is a reality in the rest of India and also in other parts of the world. Many urban landscapes on the African subcontinent, in other countries, in Asia, even in parts of Latin America, though less, you actually see that circulatory migration produces a very different landscape in which people start to understand urban needs very differently. They nuance the idea of accommodation, the idea of housing. They understand both rural and urban lives are important and part and parcel of their existence. There is no fixed and rigid definition of what cities should be. The neighborhood of Dharavi itself is a perfect example of so many different condensed constellations of community histories which exist inside it. There are people who come from Tamil Nadu, there are people who come from Gujarat. They bring in their traditional, occupations. These occupations have continued to exist in the neighborhood because it's a homegrown neighborhood. It allows a much more flexible way in which people can arrange their lives. A lot of economic activities also happen inside it. And you also find that a lot of these neighborhoods have their own continuous relationship from the regions where they came from. So you actually had the Tamilian community, for example, in Dharavi. They keep connections with the villages in Tirunelveli district from which many of them trace their roots. Similarly, you will find people who have come from Kerala will also keep the connections back with their villages in Kerala, so on and so forth. Now, what does this history mean for an urban landscape? It completely challenges an idea that habitats are just in urban habitats have to be understood purely in terms of one narrative of citizenship. That finally we have to move everything only in one direction, and where we have a very strange model, which is actually a very quaint 20th century model, which seems to have become idolized and imposed on the rest of the world. And more importantly, the entire real estate sort of industry and the logic through which we understand urban landscapes today is completely a reductive one, where we have reduced the notion of urban living purely to spatial accommodation and nothing else. And that is why when you see landscapes like this, we are very confounded. We say, how do you manage to create this kind of vast spaces in between high levels of density? But this is really what the city has always been about, and nobody questioned it. For example, when in the late 19th, early 20th century, large parts of the inner city were actually dominated by the industrial mills, which were also taking away large parts of the land mass of the city. But we do, the moment we talk about large mangroves or national parks, or we talk about green zones, or even neighborhoods like Dharavi, the question is, no, but we need the real estate. And what is the argument made? The urgency, once again, of population density and where do we put people? Just like we bring in the question of urgency to even justify a certain kind of verticality. Everybody knows in urban planning that there is a limit to verticality and to how much of the population it can sustainably accommodate. And yet the ideals of verticality are constantly thrown at us. And in a very broad, generic way, we are constantly told that, well, this is all about population density. We have to deal with, the constant growth of population, and therefore we justify verticality. Whereas a lot of urban planners have pointed out that, verticality is not so simple. It becomes expensive. It starts to exclude many populations who cannot afford to live there. It also creates lifestyles which produce as much of horizontal colonization of space because of cars, etc. All these arguments suddenly start to sort of, get papered over because we bring in a notion of pressure once more. So I'll come to the end of my presentation. I'll be happy to take questions. But these two elements, the splintered landscape and acting under pressure, These are very important and in many ways both contradictory and complementary thematics. And we very clearly need to understand them. And I have tried to present our work, which is really like almost the rawest nerve of these arguments. Neighborhoods like Dharavi, are often represented as dysfunctional, as large failures. They need to be redeveloped. And by taking that as the starting point, positing it against this mangrove, bringing in an anachronistic narrative of the fishing community and sort of arguing for its persistent importance, even as the city transforms and becomes a 21st century hub. These are important challenges and provocations because they go much deeper, they go much beyond what they are talking about. And that beyond involves issues of environment, sustainability. These are also important issues today. And we cannot separate the two. If there are urgencies and sort of which are genuine, a lot of it is definitely to do with climate change. However, the approach towards dealing with this, and if there's an approach which ignores, say, the contributions and the activities of communities like the Koli community, and activities like the fish or activities like fishing in the city of Mumbai, then we have again followed the wrong part of urgency. The idea of responding to the urgency of climate change is to pay more attention to what traditional communities have done, who have been at the vanguard of geological and climate transformations. And that is the reason why it is very important for us to look at the city of Mumbai through the lens of this particular community, especially. And with this, I come to the end of the presentation. I hope I have made my ideas clear, and I'm also available for any questions.
Hello.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Rahul, for the amazing presentation.
I'll just try
I
to.
particularly liked your concept about urgency and pressure, and how in complex contexts like India, these can also push us towards reduced narratives and quick fixes. I also appreciate how you reframe this as not as a failure of ambition, but as a reminder to stay with complexity and work through it. You also emphasized on incrementalism and the long game of urban change that deeply resonated with me. It encourages us to think about cities as ongoing processes rather than things to be solved. I'm going to give the stage to audience if they have any questions.
Hi, Rahul. Thank you for
Hi.
your presentation. It was very inspiring to see your work.
Thank you.
So I have two questions, and both of them are about bringing your idea about the mangroves from the concept to the execution stage. So I was wondering that when you spoke about the pressure of time, and often when you're bringing a very something which is so different, the pressure of time is always there. So what were the challenges which you had with that to bring your idea till the execution stage? And second, it was also about, you spoke about the identity of Mumbai. This is a very different identity that you're trying to bring. So was there also a challenge which you faced with the narrative?
Right. Thank you. Very important question. So for the first question, you see, time is something which we have to be very careful in factoring when, as people involved in design, as people involved with engaging in urban practice, because and not only in the context of urbanism, but in many social issues. As all of us know, when we are talking about any form of social transformation, the entire narrative is one of urgency, that we need quick change. We need to transform very quickly. And as even NGOs, for example, are constantly put under pressure by funders. Please show results, right? And so it's basically, in anthropology, we have a term which Madeline Strathairn introduced. It's called audit culture. So auditing has become the dominant way in which we shape our the social narratives. And the idea of pressure often is accompanied by the narratives of auditing. It is accompanied by the sense of, okay, we can only give you money if you can give me quick results. And this is a very problematic starting point. And this has been challenged by a lot of people. And we feel that the only way we can counteract it is by just looking all around us and seeing how life actually unfolds. And the fact of the matter is that life has its own pace. I mean, you cannot change the pace of, and you cannot accelerate how we actually live. So, and by factoring in the fact that neighborhoods like Kolivada, Dharavi, they have their own rhythm, which is different, especially because when people live and work in the same place, for example, their understanding of everyday life is very different from somebody who's commuting every day, right? So, for example, a lot of people in Mumbai face horrific forms of commuting. They feel that is the only way they can exist. And their notion of time is very different. It's basically based on the clock. I have to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, fill up water, take a rickshaw, get into a train, reach this place on time. So the city is organized around a notion of time, which is still very anachronistic because it is part of a very 19th, early 20th century industrial model. Neighborhoods like Dharavi, which are seen to be perhaps somehow not really modern, they actually occupy a very different relationship towards time. So where a lot of people work very close to where they live, and their understanding of time, commute, urgency is very different. And for a community like the Koli community, which relates to, say, the mangroves on an everyday basis, their understanding of time is very different. So I really feel that the question of time and urgency, auditing, all of these are connected, and it's very important for us as people involved both in urban practice and in design not to fall prey to this. And in terms of the second narrative, yes, it's a challenge. What we presented and what we talk about in terms of the role of Kolivada in a city like Mumbai today, which seems to be completely out of sync with the way in which one part of the city's narratives is producing, about it being a futuristic city, etc. But anybody who's from Mumbai knows that the city lives in different time zones. That there is whether it's AI infrastructure, whether it is a physical form, built form, we know that there are different classes operating, there are different sort of economies operating. And I've always felt, and I think for Urbs, this has been very important, but how do we not fall for some kind of normative? How do we prevent us from saying that one kind of city is the norm? We are not saying that Kolivada is the norm. We are simply saying that it is an important part of the city's history, and it connects to looking at settlements like Dharavi differently. Settlements like Dharavi have a right to exist along with other forms, that all urban spaces actually are intrinsically diverse. So, and we also sort of celebrate it. I mean, there are parts of Mumbai, like for example, little villages in Bandra or Khotachiwadi in Girgaon, or when people go for a walk in National Park in Goregaon, where people appreciate this diversity also. Where we understand that yes, there are different time zones, time bubbles in which the city lives. Why is it that we cannot integrate these lived experiences into our understanding of urban planning and urban design? The reason we cannot is because we as practitioners are entrapped by this narrative of urgency and pressure, which is linked to auditing and financing and many other sort of interests. So this is the way I would look at answering your question.
Thank you, Rahul. Because you mentioned auditing, I have a question compounding to that. If we know that these slow measures are difficult to audit, and then that's why people ask for quick successes, what do you think could be these alternate measures to measure success in urban projects that do not eliminate or disregard the slow process as inactivity or inaction?
Yeah, very important question. So one of the things which we have to see is, and this we talk about a lot in our book on the homegrown city, where we point out that many urban forms that we celebrate were actually created incrementally over a period of time, right? And sometimes through accident, sometimes through intention, sometimes through simply factors of history. So, for example, even though our notion of time changed a lot, say in the 19th century with the Industrial Revolution, where we saw a very strong sense of urgency becoming a kind of a dominant part of modern living, there were still many parts of whether it's in England, whether it is in Europe, which were both hubs of the industrial revolution, or even in India, we always found that they were not totalizing experiences. They were experiences which were limited to certain geographies. So many parts of Europe still celebrate an urbanism which is historical, which is linked to why do we go to certain neighborhoods, in certain kind of European cities, because somehow we find ourselves part of a different a time frame and a different architecture, a different kind of habitat, also a different way of living. So even with the idea of rapidity and sort of industrialized time, we must remember that large parts of the world still did not necessarily fall into that space. Now, and we appreciate that. So can we start documenting more, the kind of spaces which are not necessarily entrapped in a certain industrial notion of time? So and then we said, well, if we celebrate a certain kind of, say, low rise high density street in a beautiful European town, and then we start seeing similarities between those streets and, say, a neighborhood in Tokyo, which also has grown incrementally because of certain historical accidents, as we argue in the book, that after the Second World War, a lot of the government initiative went into building infrastructure, whereas housing was left largely to the residents themselves and to small builders. So it produced a tapestry, of urban habitat, which were low-rise, high-density, right? And which is reminiscent of many beautiful low-rise, high-density structures in European towns and cities, which are also, which grew over a period of time. City, in Tokyo, people say that no, but we cannot romanticize those habitats because they were simply elements of inaction. But in reality, there's a lot of action going on. So why do we look at, say, take a look and take a neighborhood like Dharavi. You take photographs of it 40 years ago and you take photographs of it now, and you don't see inaction or inactivity. You see constant improvement. People have a very inbuilt propensity to improve their habitat and home. This is very organic. And people have been transforming, they have been building. That's why that image, which I showed you towards the end of Shivaji Nagar Govandi, that habitat, those two different kinds of habitats, and to imagine that the one in the foreground was something which was essentially wasteland, right? But how can we call it inaction when people are actually contributing to every bit of improvement which they have made in the neighborhood? If you look at many people who come to many neighborhoods which are called slums, whether it is in Bhandup, whether it is in Shivajinagar, whether it is in Dharavi, whether it's in Ghatkopar, Kandivali, they often see sort of moves which were made by people over the last 10, 15 years. So suddenly a paved road somewhere, somebody has tried to build a toilet. And what they often find, the biggest challenges are not to do with the ability of people to improve themselves, but by legal restrictions. Oh, no, you all are slum dwellers. You don't have a right to build, right? So we have to demolish. It is mostly protocol and a certain very narrow definition of who can be the real actor, and not the factor of time, which is really the cause for a lot of urban dysfunctionality.
What I also really liked your idea of documenting more, like whose actions are we really documenting, also shows us what development are we counting as well. We have two more questions.
Yes.
Thank you for your beautiful words. It was really inspiring to hear you talk about this. I specifically loved the comment on time. And I was wondering, I had a small question or comment. Since these types of lifestyles, especially in such an urbanized territory like you talked about, are a bit sort of under threat, do you envision a future where there is a sort of right to slowness in a way, like where diverse forms of life should be somehow protected? But I want to use this word lightly because they don't need necessarily protection from others. But I was wondering, what are the external legitimization that need to happen in order to preserve this diversity in the city, which is something that everywhere in the world I feel like is decreasing more and more. What could we sort of ask of municipalities, politicians, designers to allow for diversity of life, of time, and of spaces?
Thank you. That's a very, very important point. And I would simply say that we cannot ignore how these categories and these urgencies are part and parcel of certain political economic arrangements. I don't like to reduce it, but yes, a certain very narrow understanding of capitalism, how it sort of monopolized the idea of industry and activity and productivity, and made everything else seem as if it is part of an old world. This is the biggest sort of, I would say, problem, that slowness or a diversity of living is seen to be somehow the past, not the future. And I would say that that one very important strategy we should use is by not allowing only a certain kind of narrative to co-opt the ideas of the future. Because it is how we imagine ourselves in the future which also dictates the way we shape our present. So I would, sort of encourage a narrative, the various ways in which we tell stories about the future, in which time is represented differently, in which habitats are represented very differently. Matthias and me, we wrote an essay for a media journal. It was called Concrete Fictions, and it was all about how architecture began to prophesize the idea of the city in the early 20th century by using also fiction, elements of fiction. It used science fiction, for example, particularly to talk about urban futures. And if you look at the history of images, like Fritz Lang's film The Metropolis still remains a dominant way in which we think about cities, in a certain way. So I think that this very narrow definition is very old fashioned, but it is also connected to a certain cooptation of the idea of time by a very narrow, definitely an industrial, very capitalist notion of what the future should also be. And it's all about speed, it's all about height, it's all about verticality. But who has ever, I mean, these are all very old fashioned and very limited ways of looking at the cities. So I would say that let's produce new fictions about the future, in which time and which habitats are not pulled into this very one-dimensional imagery, which is really, to my mind, very actually and ironically very old-fashioned. It's very 20th century. So this is the way I would say that we should look ahead.
Thank you. That was really inspiring. I'm gonna take note of that.
Thank you.
Yes, I also have a question. It is also very related with the previous question. It is more about, okay, so usually we have a lot of the new constructions that are happening, the new developments that are happening, they're usually led by top-down approaches, and they're absolutely inorganic. They are not slow, they're built from one day to another. So my question is, how do we then kind of bring the top-down approaches, like the people that are taking the steps with the community, and then how do we develop, how do we design cities from there? How do we do this co-designing together? And how do we communicate it? Yeah.
Thank you so much. I mean, in a very simple and humble way, I would like to say that URBS, through the wonderful leadership of Matthias Sachanove, Geeta Mehta, Karina, Samidha, Bharat, Jay. These are people who have been really working very hard in demonstrating this form of collaboration. So we have been around for 16 years. URBS was set up in 2008. And it is largely through the conviction of these practitioners that we've managed to show that this collaboration is possible. We have never got stressed by the kind of urgency which top-down planners have always imposed, especially in that neighborhood. And that's also because this has happened many times. I am also a resident of the city. I have lived for decades over there. I have seen top-down plans come and go, and there is a certain inertia which happens. And of course, this is bound to change now because, sometimes, efficiency produces its own problems. Earlier we were not necessarily very inefficient, and that is one reason. And there was also a very real presence of local democratic processes which slowed things down. But at the same time, we never saw no change. There was always some change happening, right? And I feel that today, the whole idea of top down comes with a very, very strong sense of fear and insecurity and anxiety about capital and the flight of capital. Suddenly a top-down plan can collapse the moment money vanishes. And money can vanish because of business cycles. It can vanish because of the essential fragility of markets. So, and in fact, half the time, the sense of urgency is not based on producing quality, but by making sure that we should better make use of the capital before it vanishes. So, I would really, really feel that, to develop patience is really, I would say, a very important strategy now. It is a way in which one has to point out and say that we are not going to fall for these narratives which are couched as efficiency, but they are really about the anxiety of capital. They are really about the fears which we have that we are going to lose out if we and we're going to lose out on money and profits, not necessarily on quality of life. And that a lot of what we see which are produced in the name of good quality habitats have much lower life expectancy and longevity than what we produced incrementally over a period of time. This is something which again we need to highlight again and again. When people say that like certain habitats like in Dharavi itself, they're very resilient. They are resilient because they have grown over time. And when we produce things very quickly, we actually produce shoddy structures because they are based on immediate exigencies. They are based on economizing quality of material, and what we produce are they look nice for some time, but they will not last. So how do we even factor that in urbanism and urban planning is something which we definitely need to pay attention to.
Last question, maybe not a
Yeah.
question, just a request for a reflection from you.
Mhm.
In these bottom-up approaches, we also always say that the communities in India, especially communities like fishermen and all who work with natural elements, they also possess a deep embodied knowledge of how these natural systems work. They are very aware of these seasonal changes. Have you encountered during your practice or interaction with these communities such incidents where they surprised you that by the amount with which they know this surrounding, this context, and these elements better? Just a reflection on that.
Thank you so. Yeah.
And how would you, through practice, through urbanism, maybe we try to highlight this knowledge or bring it up in the decision processes as well? But that's more of a solution-oriented thing. But my question is more about reflection, that how do you have personally felt this and how does it impact your knowledge as well?
Thank you. So personally, I would say yes, it has been very. I mean, when we were looking at when we look at the floodings which happen in Mumbai every season, then when we talk to our friends from Kolivada, Dharavi, who are also our neighbors, and the amount the examples they give of how they dealt with these issues are they don't surprise because one is already expecting it. We are often accused of romanticizing this knowledge. Once in some major global conference, our colleagues made a presentation about how the knowledge of the community is something which can be factored in terms of providing micro interventions to deal with the exigencies of climate change. And we were told that, oh, you are romanticizing it. This is a technocratic problem, and let's not imagine that all communities know the answer. And we're not saying that all communities know the answer. What we are simply saying is that people who live closest to habitats and of certain kinds do know the answer. I mean, even the meteorologists, for example, pay attention to the fishing community and its understanding of weather and transformation. It is simple empiricism. They are dealing with the constant presence of natural elements in everyday life. So their experiences are bound to be something which we have to pay attention to. So this is for me, this is personal. I've seen it happening. I remember after the 2005 floods, personally talking, Matthias and me, we had gone to talk to some fishers in Worli, Kolivada, and they told us very openly that we knew that there was going to be something wrong, something terrible going to happen because of the way in which the sea was behaving. But there was no way for us to channelize this knowledge into the weather for forecasting departments, because we are not wired that way. Our bureaucracy doesn't allow us to access this knowledge. And then when we talk about it, we are often accused of romanticizing communities, and we are not doing that. We are simply saying that this is also a kind of science. This is also scientific because it is based on observation. So, I would say that this idea, we don't even like to use the word both top down or bottom up, because essentially both of them are enmeshed in a certain kind of bureaucratic language. And the bureaucratic language is connected to the logic of modernity itself. We cannot ignore it. That is the way we have defined, in a very narrow way, what being modern is. We often like to argue that why do we simply accept the bureaucracy or the bureaucratic structure as the only way in which we can organize ourselves as practitioners, as designers, as residents. There are other forms of organization also, which are not necessarily bureaucratic. So there is also something called adhocracy or adhocratic structures, which are reflexive, flexible, responsive, and they are also organized. So we are not saying that the bottom up versus top down is basically a kind of a conflict. We are simply saying that the way in which we ignore say ordinary residents, people who live in neighborhoods and their points of view, is simply because our organization doesn't allow us to harness that knowledge, and because we have very narrow definitions of what knowledge is. Universities are also bureaucratic, have become bureaucratic right now. The research systems have become bureaucratic right now. Even things like the internet, which was supposed to be liberating and empowering in the 90s and 2000s, have now suddenly become caught up in rules and regulations also. So it's much deeper than, I would say, simply the politics of top down and bottom up. It is linked very much to fundamental definitions of the way in which we look at modern lives and given to bureaucratic logic. And we need to challenge that.
Okay. I have to thank you. Thank you so much for your talk, for bringing this case to our awareness. Also for the notion of the urgent need of slowness in urbanism. Yes, we will now
Thank
be
you.
giving thank you so much. We will be giving the podium to our the other honorary awardee from the UO Challenge, which is Chan. She should be here. Chan is a bachelor student at from the University of UH, Vietnam, and she will be presenting us. She will be presenting to us her project. Chan, can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just come home and wait for me. Can you present my idea on the screen?
If you can share, because we don't have.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Wait me a minute. Sorry, because I'm using my iPad, so maybe I just can share.
Also to share it with the iPad.
Oh, okay.
It's wonderful. We cannot steal.
Oh, so just wait a minute. Can you see it?
We're still waiting.
Can you
Yes.
see it?
Yes.
Sorry, because I don't have the current situation here, just my design. So this is our mesoscale in Kanthar city as your project you go with me last month. And this area is facing with flooding, and also this area is affected by the urbanization from the north. So that we create a very big area here we call adapted park, so that it can resolve and become a really adapted area for represent like the prevent the flooding when the flooding level in the wet season is rise up. And another road of this part is also the position of it. It prevent the urban sprawl. Like you can see the agriculture in the under that, and in the on the bottom of the part there's this urbanization area. And I also create some more like agriculture and aquaculture. We integrated it. We call this is mosaic system because the increase is include both agriculture and aquaculture, so that they can effective by the canals, create more canal, like just depend on the current situation. And also you can see a lot of like a green connection allow the urban morphology, so it can have more motivation for this area from the Gantar River to develop this area. So this is all of my idea. Sorry, because there is no current situation here.
No, it's all right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much also for shedding some light in a situation which is full of environmental crisis, and how do we deal with flood.
Yes.
It was very inspiring. We will now be taking a short break, and afterwards we will be continuing with our second guest speaker for today, Maria Cantalupi and Isabella. So we will see you in a bit.
Hello. Hope everybody had coffee. So we're going to introduce our next speaker. Our next speakers are Maria Giulia Cantalupi and Isabella Inti. Isabella and Maria Giulia are co-founders of Temporisor, a cultural association and consultancy collective dedicated to temporary reuse, urban regeneration, and participatory transformation of spaces. It operates through a multidisciplinary approach that connects design, teaching, civic engagement, involving both experts and active citizens in shaping more adaptive and inclusive urban environments. Isabella is an architect, landscape technician, and a PhD in territorial planning and public policies from IUAV University of Venice. She teaches urban planning at Politecnico di Milano, where she also directs the postgraduate course in temporary reuse. Maria Giulia holds a degree in cultural heritage conservation, a master's in new exhibition format, and a PhD in territorial planning and public policies from IUAV Venice. She has worked with NGO City Mind in Barcelona, Brussels, and London, developing European projects with the Quarian network, and is part of International Participatory Art Collective as well. Together, they bring a rich international perspective and a long-standing engagement with temporary and collective urban practices across Italy, Belgium, and the Netherlands, fostering new models of regeneration rooted in collaboration, experimentation, and active citizenship. Maria and Isabella, please welcome you to TU Delft. Yeah. Thank you so much.
So, good morning, and thank you to this group of Polis Student Association for Urbanism and Landscape Architecture. I was also a student at the TU Delft for the Erasmus, so I'm back somehow a little bit. So I'm gonna share the screen with a presentation with Giulia. Let's see. Can you see?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, great. So somehow today, trying to answer to your several questions and yeah, to your urgency to under pressure. Somehow we would like to introduce our work in several scale of intervention, showing you a few examples and the toolkits for temporary devices revitalizing abandoned space at the territorial scale. So first of all, we are going to investigate and show you our methodology and toolkits for the abandoned space in the city. And then with several examples that we're going to present you. And then if we have time, of course, because it's a long time, 1 hour, but somehow let's see if you have several questions in between. We are going to also present you other two interventions at the scale of shrinking cities, ghost towns, small town, mostly depopulated in all central Italy. And then our intervention with big teams of landscape architects, designers for former productive areas like brownfields, former industrial sites, or former slaughterhouse and so on. So let's start then with our intervention and methodology. Since the beginning, what we learned in the Netherlands or in Belgium or in Spain, in Germany, is how to intervene in abandoned fields, trying to give him back spaces for a gray band of population, of students, of younger startup. In this time in between, it's a gap of time, the meanwhile between a former use of an abandoned site and a new use that will arrive, but most of the time there are several uncertainty. The uncertainty in the time of revitalization of a space are belonging to political issues or to environmental issues or to the cost of investments or social issues. So it is this time gap that we can use in order to give back programs and spaces to this gray band of population. So for us, it was really important to observe also in our cities the open spaces abandoned, considering them like urban reserves. So where somehow you can deal as a professional with some tools of more traditional urban planning and new tools of landscape urbanism and temporary uses. But anyway, from the citizenship perspective, these spaces are anyway places, oases for collective dreams. So in Milan, we have several typology of abandoned spaces. So for example, this is a photographic inquiry done with Giovanni Henninen. Is a city that is waiting. So these are the former rail yards in Milan that now are transformed for the Winter Olympics that we are going to have in February. These are former military areas abandoned, or as in other cities, of course, former industrial sites, industrial buildings. Or we have still a big stock of abandoned, not used offices, so new architecture, but not used because of several reasons. Maybe because of the too high cost of the rents and so on. So when we started in 2009, 2010, in our city, there were more than 3,700,000 of abandoned spaces of several typologies. So we answer ourselves, which tools, which strategies and projects we can put in place in order to reactivate historical roles and architecture, landscape, and socio-cultural heritage. So first of all, of course, we did several seminars and workshop and investigation about case studies, and we invited several guests also at Politecnico with the support of the University of Politecnico of Milan. And we understood, we pick up somehow several elements of and strategies and tools, but what we understood immediately that it was so important to define also an ethical manifesto for the temporary uses. So this is one of the first, let's say, action that we have done as a usually, at the beginning, we were an informal group of young architects and also experts of history of public art. And together, we define a manifesto for the temporary use abandoned spaces, where we set up somehow the purpose in order to refurbish, of course, these abandoned spaces as supporting somehow the self-managers and the self-promoted services for local communities. We don't want that the temporary use project became another way to exploit abandoned site in the city. So it's not part of somehow a normal rent. So if not, should be a normal rent, but those spaces, they became laboratory for enhancement also of the city. And so we define several ethical guidelines, and also one of the first steps, let's say, that we define, it was it's already and still ongoing a manual for the temporary uses. So if we can set on a table somehow all the elements like in a diagram, we can have on the left the offer of the several typology of abandoned part of the city, so former rail yards, residual infrastructure, historical neighborhoods or disused and decommissioned military areas. And then from the other side, on the right, we have the demand. So offer and demand. The demand could, for the answer of the project, are for us this gray band that I was telling about: students, non-profit association, artists, artisans, cooperative and startup. What is in between? In between are the new rules of temporary uses. So we had to copy and reset somehow regulation for the temporary use that never existed in Italy 15 years ago. So with contract of temporary uses, and then defining also several way to activate the space, what we call it levels of temporary architecture infrastructure, depending from 3 elements. The time that the owner, private or public, could give you the space. Then the level of criticality. So if the building is just empty, like the offices that you have seen before, is something. If it's a ruin, the space is something else. And then, of course, the typology. If we are dealing with an old factory, we can, now we will see, make architecture, maybe box in the box. If you just have a space abandoned at the ground floor, really small, maybe you can invent another purpose. So somehow this is our manual that it was quite a success 15 years ago and is still used in several cities by public administration and private. So we define 7 steps of intervention. So first of all, you have to know where are the spaces abandoned and the typologies. So this is the map of the abandoned space of more than 10 years ago. And this, they were and they are the taxonomy, so the typology. So a former factory, a military shack, former rail yards, or offices, and so on. Second step is the population, so mapping the demand. If the abandoned space are the offer, then you need to balance with the demand. So, and each city have its own demand. So in Milan, we have a lot of students asking for affordable housing, for example, or also new young startup that need a space almost for free because maybe they want to invest money in a machine or in the promotion of the startup instead of paying a high rent in order to stay in the city. So each city have its own somehow demand. In Delft is different than from Milan or from Berlin and so on, but some parts are quite similar for the students' demand, for example. The third step is the new cycle of life. The new cycle of life, as I said before, it depends from the time. So for how long you're going to use the space. Maybe an artist needs a space for 1 week for an exhibition and a big space, a typology. Or maybe a student like you, or if you're making the Erasmus, maybe you need a room or a flat for 9 months for an exchange. So time is important. And then the condition of the abandonment, as we say, and the typology. And depending of these 3 factors, time, the kind of demand, the typology, you can define the level of temporary architecture and infrastructure. So level 0, if we have really a short time, so you are investing less money, but it's really important still the communication. So you need to know that over there in the abandoned space, there is a concert, for example, and you're going to bring just temporary infrastructure. If you have more time, let's say, as we said, maybe 9 months for an apartment for students, or maybe 1 + 1 + 1, 3 years for an artisan, for example, you can deal with more permanent infrastructure like water, heating, and so on. So you can sign a contract for this. So it's really important then, depending to this cycle of reuse, the kind of architecture infrastructure, as we say. So here is the level 0. So all the time you need a communication, you need the primary and temporary infrastructure, and the second, the level 1 and the level 2 are more dealing with times, for 1 year or maybe 1 year plus renewal. And so some example, maybe you can recognize the intervention in Amsterdam to the NSDM, so in the former harbor, this giant area that was abandoned, and then it was one of the first temporary use that the municipality of Amsterdam have done in 2001, I think, and is still ongoing. So it's really interesting, maybe if you are architects or urban planner, to understand that also the aesthetic of the temporary architectural infrastructure are quite similar to the situationist. So it's an ironic approach like Yona Friedman, for example, or are using a recycled material and a local technology, even if are temporary. So like the NGO that are dealing in more stressed places like the cooperative design intervention. It's quite often common, the iconic graphic and then the reuse and recycle of the materials, and then the idea of self-construction, so workshop that are engaging the people, the local communities, and maybe young architects and designers in order to build together the space that you are gonna use. And this is coming back also with other, let's say, intervention quite famous related to the site-specific intervention also of public artists, for example. So these are a few examples, like land art or community garden is another typology, or what we were mentioning before, so box in the box. So if you have a big factory, it's difficult, especially in the Netherlands, to use it if it's winter and it costs money. So it's better to build up inside the temporary architecture, the one that the example of Amsterdam, for example, that you can deal with electricity, heating, and so on. So you can spare money. And then when it's springtime, of course, you can organize other temporary uses in the big hall. Then container architecture, or if you have small abandoned spaces at the ground floor, you can propose maybe gallery of art. So it's a critical mass of maybe 4, 5, 7 little spaces together as gallery of art, pocket, or a student house, diffuse in that sense. And so if we come back on a famous diagram, the evolutionary tree of Charles Jens of 2000, we can place the temporary uses between activism, intuitive, and self-construction. Another important element of the methodology of the manual is how to receive this space. How to deal? How can I have a student apartment or a space to make my own craft and so on? So usually in our work, they ask many times to build a public tenders or a call for creativity. So we are not giving the spaces to the friends of the friends, but we are gonna say there is a free space, maybe for 1 year, and this should be devoted for art and craft. So you can participate, propose your project, and then there is a little jury that is selecting several that are making the best project. What is the shift then? The shift is the startup of the space. Depending from the space, you start not only to build up infrastructure and architecture, but you are belonging with people. So it's important to build also common ground that is both physical, but is also social. So the social common ground could be set up with common rules, common rules that are shared together in order to manage the space and to work or to live and so on. In that moment is important for us that because we are a kind of third actor between the owner and the usufructuaries. We are in between, and we are building up so a kind of double contract. The owner is giving to us maybe, or to a manager, with a contract space, and then we give the space to the usufructuaries. But there is here is coming back the ethical manifesto. So when we are preparing the contract, the temporary use contract, we usually try to fight with the owner in order to have the space for free and to give back to the owner somehow a new imaginary and to maintain the building, because you are putting the heating, the light, you are painting, you are giving back a better image for the future. But somehow we are going to build a self-sustainable business plan of the space, and we ask to the usufructuaries a short amount of money. They're going to pay we are going to pay the manager of the space. Of course, it's a work, it's a job, and then the cost of the maintenance of the building. So heating, light, electricity, water, and so on, and the sewage. And what we ask to the people, we ask them to give a little spare of time of sweating hours. You can see here this guy, and in Italian is written fresh painting, because somehow you can have a space for free. You just pay a little amount of money for this cost, but then you have to spend a little time in order to maintain and to take care of the space. Then if you can somehow not only make a one pilot project, but you can show to the population, to the inhabitants, to the public administration that this kind of projects are working, then what happens in Milan and in several cities in Italy, they became public policies. City public policies, but then also regional. And then we had also national now law for temporary uses. So this happens also where Giulia, she learned how to do it. So in Brussels, with the NGO City Mind, where in the inner historical center, mostly abandoned, they were giving back spaces to artists, art and craft, architects association. And yeah, there was a program. And in several years, they reactivate 15 spaces with City Mind. Then probably, as you know, and somehow the pilot project started up by artists and association in Amsterdam. Then they were picked up by the public administration, and now you have the Bureau Broodplaatsen. So it's run by the public administration. So every year they're mapping the abandoned space, not only belonging to the public administration, but also public. And there is a space, an office, where you can go and you can ask if you can use a space, mostly as a creative space for atelier and so on. And in the last 15 years, they were opening back with temporary uses more than 51 spaces, and they were investing the municipality more than 50 million euros. So great job. Also in Italy, it happens this. So also in the south of Italy, in order not to let go all the young generation, they were start up several programs of reactivation of abandoned spaces. Called this program, it was Bollenti Spiriti, so hot spirits. And so they were engaging also the young generation in order to refurbish the building and to activate back the building also for the local communities, with several activities related to art and not only in that sense. So what we have done in Milan. So in Milan, the public administration in 2012, they asked us to start up this kind of process. So we defined the phases of intervention. And the first one, it was to map all the abandoned spaces. In Milan, we have 9 zone municipalities. So for each one, we were mapping with all this typology, the abandoned spaces. So zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, zone 4. And there were several typology, also abandoned student housing, if I remember well, in the south and so on. But then this, it was important to engage the people. So this is a flyer that we have realized at the time. So do you know Zone 4? Please come with us to visit all the places that are abandoned, or maybe they took it off from mafia. So we would like to think about what to do in these abandoned spaces with us. You have to come. So we organized the bike tour, because the area are quite big. It's quite often a methodology of temporiuso mapping and make the bike tour in order to visit the areas. So we realized several bike tours, 9 for the 9 areas, with engaging also the protagonists of the abandoned spaces, because as you know, it's not we are not only talking about spaces, but also about people. So in fact, before thinking a new program with new people, is nice also to engage as a collective memory also the old users and workers of an old factory or a former rail yards or an office and so on. So we give usually room and protagonism also to the old users before the new users. So after this, we had a lot of abandoned spaces. So we decided that with an artist to build this spaceship, and we said we are gonna build this space schedule where you can vote. So this they were la scheda spaziale. So for each of the zone, you can vote your favorite building or open space that should start up first, because we said if a public administration have 4 years and we have so many abandoned space, we cannot say to the citizens that we are gonna, give back all the abandoned space. So please, to the citizen, sign your favorite for each zone, and we promise we are gonna push the public administration in order to start up 9 projects, at least 1 for each municipio zone. So also here, we engage back professional, the university, artists, architects, and so on. We select 9 buildings, 1 for each zone. We didn't select, the citizens select 9 buildings and public spaces, and residual spaces. And so we organize a big international workshop for 1 week, 10 days, with also experts arriving from all the part of Europe, and not only, and from Amsterdam, it was arriving the manager, the director of Bureau Brugsplatsen, that now is Martijn, but before it was another guy. So these are the several buildings that we take care in order to make the workshop. Here it was the workshop in the main hall of Politecnico. And so it was going on for 1 week with several seminars. And then we did a t-shirt, of course, of the groups of students. I'm from zone 4, I'm zone another one, engaging a little bit the people, the students, and the experts. Of course, the politicians, they were arriving, because when you succeed in something, of course, the politicians are coming back and say, oh, yeah, I'm doing this with them, So it's really important to engage a professional, the universities, the politician at the right moment, okay, in order just to say thank you and give the money, usually, and new rules in order to start up a project. And during this week, also, we did a temporary exhibition, for example, in a former abandoned or semi-abandoned swimming pool. And then we went on the TV, because it's really important also the communication. So last step, it was to start up these projects, right? So we start up, for example, we gave you just a few examples, and then if you want, we can stop for question also to me and Giulia. So one of the first project, it was this building, this palazzina, in a huge area, and we had the demand that we had on our website, mostly from students and from younger association and startups. So that's why the buildings and the open space area behind, it was devoted to this function. So many participate, then we had a jury, they vote, and they select 4 students and 3 associations. Of course, we organize a bike tour on the area with Giulia. And then so we decide that several buildings, they were abandoned, but we could start from the smallest one, the Palazzina, so not the big palace, but a little Palazzina. But anyway, of course, we were trying to propose a process that could be adaptive, with adaptive reuse, extended also to the other abandoned places. So not only Palazzina 7, but also the other buildings. So, and of course, the task, it was also to build up a sustainability for this project. So we had to say that we asked to the owner just to take off a main thing, that it was the asbestos, because if not, we couldn't pay. And of course, we didn't want that the students or association went in a polluted building. But then we were really sustainable for all the years, the 3 years plus 1, I think, at the end. And so this is the call for students, so invito alla creatività for P7, this for association and students. And we start up with Luca, Giulia, Colin, Eugenio, the 4 students at the beginning. And then here the list of an association repairing bicycle, Officine Vulcano, El Modernista, that it was running courses for youngers, and then a group of artists, HC. So this is the building. And then, of course, as we said, the contract means that you have also to be a little bit take care of the building, of the spaces. So the students, they were building by themselves also scaffoldings or what they need inside the building. Yeah. And then, of course, not of course, but the owner says, okay, you are good, so you can extend a little bit. So we were extending the management also to the open spaces behind. So there was a big courtyard, this one. So they gave us the possibility to manage also this huge space. So with a flea market, music, little music concerts. And of course, the politician, they came back to say, it's because of me. Yeah, they're great, but it's because of me. And then, of course, again, other activities, they were more related to the local communities. So the students and the association, they were engaged also to give back something to the elder people of the neighborhoods, or during the summer school with little courses for students of the school behind, or for children. And then we extend again in another building. So with P8, engaging other students in order to repair and to paint all the parts that we need with a little garden. We take part to city weeks of book presentation and so on. So trying to bring the city inside these abandoned spaces with events, city events, going on and on, trying to give back better quality of the spaces. And of course, at the end, you know that after 1, 2, 3 years, is not only refurbish the space, but you define a new common ground for a community. So let's say that the students and the association, they became our main, let's say, goal. So because those people now, they're not anymore there because the temporary use there is finished, but we know that many of them, they start up other projects like that. So this is super important to define a community that is taking care of a space. So this is somehow the process of taking care several spaces behind, enlarged also with a workshop with a Dutch office super use, Jan Jonger, that maybe you know, he's also professor at the TU Delft. So thinking how to recycle material in all the abandoned area and making new startup on the recycled materials. So promoting a new startup in that sense. So what is important? It's important that after one pilot project, you try to convince the public administration that there is a scalability of this project. So somehow we didn't do all these yellow little dots that you can see here in this big map of the temporary uses in Milan. Of course, other experts that were engaged, and somehow other also councillors. For example, the council that was dealing with the abandoned and take it off places from the mafia, he extended this model to more than 136 spaces, beni confiscati alla mafia, okay? So there are all the goods of apartment and other buildings that they took it off from the illegal mafia. And then you can see here in the map of the municipality, there are all these dots of all the places given back to the citizens. For example, this is one example of spaces give back to this radio station of young people, with also the association Libera, that in Italy is helping the public administration in order to start up a new project in the confiscated places of the mafia. And a classic other example is the last one, and then I stop, are other pilot projects and the scalability. So with Giulia, we start up also project in residual spaces in order to give back with the tactical urbanism in a really difficult neighborhood in Milan, San Siro South, a road that was invaded by garbage and by by cars, and we give it back to the association and to the school nearby. And so this became one of the pilot projects, and then the public administration decided to start up a program on this called Piazze Aperte, so open public spaces. And so in that sense, the project was extended in 2018, 19, 20 until now. And here are mapped 35 spaces that are given back to the citizens, to the local communities. And the program was extended also near the school. So not only the square, but the square near the school. So the guys that can exit the school, they are not having in front a car or a parking lot, but a little square. And somehow with tactical urbanism in Milan, they were defining also here a toolkit of elements. So somehow they were painting, and all the painting are different, square by the other square, but there are also common elements like this tree in the pots, or the ping pong table, or the track for the bicycle, for example. And so you can see here several somehow dimension and typology of, this is our cura, take care, of this 38 and more now, I think. Let's say abandoned spaces or residual spaces that we all together with the administration, we gave back to the citizens. Here are in front of the school, for example, and so on. So maybe if you have some question now, because of course we can go on and explain other way to intervene also in shrinking cities and in a huge area abandoned, but maybe at the moment you have already question that we can answer with Giulia.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm gonna start with a question, but guys, if you have any others, I'm gonna pass the microphone on to you in a second. I guess more than a question, it's just a comment. What I like about your work and what you're showing is that you're not just doing some very technical spatial design work, but you're kind of intervening in the culture of the city, right? Like the previous guest has talked about how the city kind of forces this urgency and these time frames and this speed onto everyone. And I think what you're trying to do is, I mean, this is a situation that is very familiar to Milan. Milan as a marketing idea is the fast city, the working city. And this, of course, brings together this idea of consuming and creating new spaces constantly, all often by sealing the soil and constructing very bad stuff. But what you're doing is trying to show that there is another type of city possible. And I wonder how has this been received by the authorities and the municipal actors, because ultimately those are the ones that give sort of permissions and licenses to people for new constructions or older renovations. So I wonder, how has your experience been with this, trying to engage the culture of Milan into saying we don't always have to make new stuff, we can reuse and reactivate everything and still come out with a very vibrant city?
Sure. I don't know how to close the mic. Maybe you can speak from. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, of course. Well, Adriano, well, thank you for inviting us. You told us that the idea was a bit to inspire students that it's possible to have a role, active role in the city. Of course, it changed about the political situation. So of course, it's very important to well, the role of politics makes things change a lot. So for example, in 2012, when we start with Politecnico, that it's also very important to have like a kind of university to support the action, because of course it gives credibility and also time to share with others like we are doing now. This is super important. And then in Milan in 2012 was a bit kind of a small revolution, the possibility to have a left side mayor that wants to collaborate with initiative like the one we propose, but like association and citizen. Then of course, political situation changed. And so in the last year, we really saw a big change in the city of Milano. Now, mainly all these empty spaces that we map are not there. And we have the opposite problem now, it's to find place to experiment, because still we need this. We need as humans to have place where we can try things that maybe then does not work. So we did not lose all our money or time, but we still have the possibility to reinvent following the needs of the moment. No? So of course, I will think that, Milano grow in a way in this moment that is very fast, but still people needs to socialize, needs to rest, meet people. And so if we can provide cultural initiative that gives space for this kind of activities, what we still want to do.
Thank you so much. I have another question. First of all, thank you also for your amazing and inspiring presentation. It's really great to see what possible careers are there if you graduate from TU Delft and be inspired by the amazing work you do. I think, or what I'm interested in is your idea on the role of the designer and the architect, because you've previously talked about the role that the material plays in your 7 steps, that you have to design the infrastructure and you have to design the architecture, and that the aesthetics are important. But then again, we also see in your projects that you just shared with us how you really incorporate the public and you let them vote what is happening. And actually, if I understand correctly, you did not design, but you asked students to design, you asked the people to design the space. So what is the role of you as urban planners, as architects? What is the role of the designer in these kind of projects? Who is deciding what the project looks like in the end?
Okay, I try to answer because I'm the more
Go.
architect and planner, and
Giancarlo De Carlo.
So yeah, so I think we are part of an historical trend that is quite common after the Team 10. So as mentioned by Giulia, Giancarlo De Carlo, but also Herzberg in the Netherlands. So participatory planning and design is not saying that the citizens are designing, but allow the citizens or the future users to participate to the construction of the space of the program. So somehow, I repeat just what a worker of the 60s says to Giancarlo De Carlo architects. So you are the architect and the designer, I'm the worker. So you have to empower me if you want that I can participate. And is exactly what he did in the Villaggio Terni. So we cannot ask to the people to participate without giving the knowledge to participate. So it's really important for us all the time to make a kind of empowerment of students or local citizens and so on, in order really to grasp ideas and making together the space and the program. So in that sense, we make the project together, and somehow we give example of a possible graphical communication. We gave example of several typology of features that you can set inside the space, reusing material, for example, and together as the schede spaziali, so we can vote which kind of graphic, which kind of benches or seats and so on. We have an example of that I give input here, but we design also a game of cards in order to play with kids, with elders, and with everybody. So, and in these cards, we have several typology of graphic, several typology of benches, several typology of trees. And then when the people win, and then we select the elements with these ingredients, we are taking care to make the project, of course. And then, of course, the students and other people, they can support, of course, giving time. And it's really important, because at the end, the project and the community are a kind of unique common ground, both a space, but also a community that is taking care of this space. And answering to what you asked before about Milan and this double time, double speed, or double identity, I think maybe there are 3, the identity. So there is for sure this skyscraper and urgency to renovate, and this element of filling all the gaps is something that somehow is not so bad, because somehow in the past the city was growing horizontal and we were consuming soil. So it was also because of us and other professors and so on that we ask not the consumption of soil like in the Netherlands, in old Europe, of course, to coming back to reuse the abandoned areas. But of course, if you're not allowed to extend and you have to reuse all this gap, then there is a big fight, there is a big competition. And the cost of the land of this void, if in the past there were really oases where you could experiment for free, now there is a fight between the big investor and the local community who is going to use this space. And this is the role of the public administration. The public have a big role now in order to say, if we want a city that is for everyone, we are going to put the rules. So in some areas, the winner is the big investor. In some other areas, the winner is the local community. In some places, maybe are together. But if we don't have a public administration strong in order to give rules and to manage the several actors, this could be a problem. And in Milan now, we have a problem.
Can I ask a question? Yeah. Okay. First, I wanted to thank you for your very interesting insight in this way of you reusing abandoned spaces. Coming from Italy, I see how critical this topic is, especially in the northern, I would say in the whole country. And I think the strength of what you showed us really, from my understanding, lies also in its specificity. I really like that people could, like the citizens could vote where to intervene first, in which buildings, because then they leave the space. I would say that maybe I felt a kind of decentralization, and I really liked it. And because you made this kind of book of how to reuse abandoned spaces, I immediately imagined a future where every city has its own like small book based on its specificity on how to reuse abandoned places. So I was wondering if you maybe were thinking or you will see something like this, and if you do, if maybe this way of reusing becomes maybe more widespread and institutionalized, how would you keep it also specific in its context? Because you spoke about politics, and I see, especially in Italy, when politics come in, how then the thing gets just politicized, and citizens are not listened anymore.
Well, the 7 steps we put in the book, it's really made to that everybody can do his own book. I mean,
its own process.
Exactly. We more than a solution, we put questions or things you should keep in your mind. So, and then with the 7 steps, you can decide if you need all of them or maybe only few of them. But really, the idea you pointing out that every city could have, or every neighborhood, whatever, can have his own book of demand. Who are the space? Who need the space? What kind of space we have? What are the typology? What is the 7 steps are really made to be open and used by everybody. So this for us is very, very important. Then of course, we are very happy when they call us to make this process, like it happened in different spaces in north of Italy, but also south, maybe small town that have really a huge problem of depopulation and shrinking city.
Pristina.
Also in Kosovo, where they have other kind of, so it's very important to a bit investigate what is the soul of every place, what are the ingredients that make the space or the problem that we face there. I'm sure if you put this question on Delft, you will have a different answer than what we saw in Milano. So really, we invite you guys to take this 7 step and make it on your activity. Then, of course, when it comes to credibility, or so when public administration call us to make the process, Then, of course, it makes it different if you are a student that is trying to figure out, or a citizen, or a group of people. But we started like this, from informal to association, and then also companies. So, of course, it's possible. I don't know if I answered. Well, this was one question, no? How to make it more scalable?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, scalability is super important, as we have seen for example, for one of the pilot project of Palazzina 7, and then spread in other 134 places by another councillor with the same, let's say, rules and main goal to get back to local communities and also youngers and so on. And the same for Piazza Aperte, so for the residual spaces, give it back as a new space for public use. And other things that came in these years are also common goods new regulation. So, for example, in Milan, in all Italy, we experimented the first pact of collaboration for one of these Piazza Aperte. It was Green Living Lab in San Siro. And then this first pact signed, it went in all now the squares. So all the squares are managed by a group of citizens. They sign a pact of collaboration with the public administration. And in this group could stay also the school, for example, okay, and the local inhabitants. So this is super important, you know, to define a manual, to define a new tools in order to allow the people to be engaged. If not all the time, the answer of a public administration is, but there is no rules for this. There is no experience of this. There is no competencies. And now we can say there are the expertise, there are the rules, you know, and there are also the pilot project to show that it's feasible. Yeah. And other story for another seminar will be the giant abandoned areas, but now we don't have time, because also for that we spend a lot of time, and and we have a kind of toolkits of intervention that is quite used at the moment.
Thank you so much. Thank you also. I want to ask another question. So I wanted to ask, how do you, after you initiate the project, after you have defined the liminal space of residue, and then you have activated, what happens after the initial step? And also, who then takes charge of it? Does it become commercialized? Do then the people that have been, let's say, the painters or anyone that came to occupy it, did the area then became too popularized, and then people were displaced from it?
Well, yeah, of course, it's super important to collaborate in the creation of the community. So after we, let's say, we are active to the beginning with organizing a reunion, organize this activity until the community, it can manage themselves. So this happened like in Sasso San Giovanni, where there were like 15 different groups, that it was a productive area. There was like critical fashion and design. So they choose themselves an internal coordinator for all the activity, and we step out. In other process, we stay at coordinator. So once in a month, we organize the meeting with everybody. So it depends of the situation, no? But of course, we don't leave them alone until it works. And of course, as temporary use, that temporary does not want to be precarious, but temporary is a time for experiment. In some case, then the activity became permanent. And then, of course, maybe from a productive site more to a museum or more to a school of professional art. It depends, but of course the temporary use influence the final destination of the building. In another process, we could enlarge the temporary, but even if we wanted to stay, then other project came on, and this was the case of the Palazzina 7, but then the experience for the people was so strong. We have other presentation that we really start from the story of all the people that was in this house, because they open other building, they open like a wood repair atelier that is still super active in the city. It really changed their personal life. So if even they did not keep the space, but they bring this energy and this experience in another spaces.
And the hidden question of you, that is if temporary use is making gentrification somehow, we can say that of course all the experience that are giving back new life to the spaces. Before saying the gentrification, you have to consider the quality that is changed really for the people that were living behind the void with many, criticalities for many years. So usually the people, they don't think about the gentrification, but they think really that now they can really walk in that street again because there is a program of activities. They're not afraid anymore, and so on. So gentrification could arrive really late after a process of temporary uses. In the meanwhile, you can really give back home and space for work and for leisure to several generations.
That sounds wonderful. We're at the end of your time slot. We have a few more questions. Do you have time to answer them, or?
Okay, we stay, but we know that you are fast because Dutch usually eat really.
Time for lunch there.
Right. Just
Yes. Hi. Yeah, so I thank you for your presentation.
Prova.
Yeah, now it works. I wanted to ask you, like in the whole process of participatory design and like making these projects happen, when you're too involved on site or like too deep into it and surrounded by people, like the community all the time, sometimes in my experience, I find it a bit difficult to sort of imagine the design process or really sort of innovative stuff when you're too deep into it. In your experience, do you have any sort of anecdotes or experiences that you'd like to share where you sort of try to break away from this block that might occur during these processes?
Let's say that every space since the beginning with this public hall have its own future identity, let's say defined. And of course, the lucky and the interesting part maybe of a project like that, as Julia says, that you can make also mistakes and experiment. Those space give space to the unexpected, to the unpredictable. So somehow there is a part that is unfortunately fixed because of the money. So you have a certain quantity of money, so you can do this, this, and this, not maybe that. But somehow maybe arriving other proposal and people that they bring, not really sponsor, but someone that want to invest. For example, in the Palazzina, we didn't plan to have this garden of not phyto depuration, what it was?
Phyto depuration.
Yeah, of phyto depuration with
no,
fishes.
growing things with water,
hydroponic agriculture. Really, we didn't we didn't thought about this kind of projects. But then once one guy really with a lot of energy says, "Oh, I would like to do it. Please, can I do it?" and so on. And then we had for 1.5 years these big elements with the fish cleaning the water, and it was fantastic. I mean, and then over there, of course, it arrives that someone says, "Oh, can we invite the kids of the school behind and make some courses?" So, you know, if you are open to the unexpected with certain barriers, of course, maybe we don't make the super rave, if not, or maybe yes, it depends. But if you're still open to the proposal, I think.
Yeah. And so also in the design, of course, maybe it's more something very that inspire more than create a fixed identity, no? Because we really, the aim is to give space. And so for this, the people have to paint themselves the space, because you create this kind of appropriation of, no, and it's not, you have to, of course, we decide which color, they cannot do whatever. So it's really kind of, build things together and share. So maybe, yes, we have like a yellow line, and there is a yellow line all over the space, but a part of this, you can fill the space with what you want to do. It's not a matter of aesthetic, it's more a matter of identity that have to grow together.
Oh, well, let's say that the aesthetic, we define the aesthetic.
Yeah, exactly. But
also
not
the graphic
for the
and
aesthetic. The aesthetic is because everybody can feel that can afford.
Yeah.
Wonderful. We have one last question.
Thank you so much for professors' excellent lectures. And I'm from China and also visiting here. But I want to ask a question about first one that for your excellent project, and how can you do evaluations the level of all the extent for the abandoned land or the temporary spaces lead to activities, the level, how can do activities. And for example, the cross line of the street or the cross line of the square, it need to activities, and how to judgment or to evaluations level of the abandoned spaces. The second one that have you ever doing some post evaluation to the when you after projection? What is the reflection of the humanity of the public peoples? What do you think about that? I said to thank you so much.
Okay. The first question I didn't understood really well, but maybe you understood the second. We can start with the second. No.
Yeah, if we ever measure the impact of the process, is this it that you ask?
Okay, we can also talk about the impact of the project.
Bye.
So, well, especially now, it's super important to have a criteria to also measure the impact of this pilot project, and then the spread, maybe program of a project like that. So, for example, in this phase of our expertise, we are part of a network here in Milan of 26 spaces that maybe starts as a temporary and then became permanent. And we are called the network of sociocultural hybrid spaces. Hybrid because we host fixed activities, and then we give space to the unexpected, as we said before. And we are running here a space. We are in a space like that here, our office of Tempo Riuso. You are invited as Teca 3. And somehow with the public administration that give us the space to run, we ask the space and then they give it to us. Of course, because there is now this big fight for the space. they have to say something to the citizens, why they're giving them this space instead of something else. So it's really important now to define some elements that are defining the impacts for the neighborhood, the impact on the city. If we are part of somehow a kind of collaborative welfare now, after the more and more failure of the welfare state that is not supporting anymore all the services that the inhabitants need, the citizens needs, it's really important to give space to the third sector, okay, like NGO, association, or other experts that are running spaces. And then, of course, trying to collaborate to several levels. So, for example, here or in other temporary uses project that we were showing before, we were giving back the self-organized services of a summer school for children's. And maybe somehow also here in the neighborhood, the school cannot afford to give back all these courses for children in the summer. And here we can support. So we are not substituting the state. No, 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 no. We are subsidiaries and sometimes alternative, okay, to the common services. And with this network in Milan, now we are defining criteria in order to evaluate this socio-cultural impact, if this was the answer.
All right, thank you so much. It was a very inspiring talk, and I think we all gained a lot of insight from you. Thank you, and we'll now be going into our lunch break, so we will also leave you to have your break. Yes, and we will stay in contact then.
Sure.
Thank you again. Thank you, Adriano.
Thank you for the invitation and eat smakelijk.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye. Thank you for the invitation.
Ciao.
Ciao. Ciao, ciao.
And for everybody online, we're gonna start again at 1:30 with our workshop. And then we're gonna continue from 2:30 with the talk from Collective. Thank you.
Цялата е покрита с мокри кърпички. Заболявания, чудовищно мръсна, воня,
Застроени,
изключителен смрад,
асфалтирани, бетонирани.
канали. Ние в училище сме учили, че за разлика от Москва и Ленин,
Hello, guys. Thank you for being here after lunch. We'll continue with our next speaker. Our next speaker is Gergana Elivia. Gergana is an architect and a member of the Collective, a foundation in Bulgaria that brings together citizens, designers, public institutions, and local communities to rethink how public space is made and cared for. Their work focuses on transforming neglected or overlooked places into lively shared environments through co-creation, cultural events, and direct participation. We welcome Gergana Elivia.
Hello, everybody. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Should I share my presentation?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, can you see my screen now?
Green.
Okay, great. Hello again, and thank you for the invitation, and thank you for having me. Sorry that I can only be here online. I hope we see someday in person also. So today I'm gonna focus about part of our work, which is really related to rivers and people. But before that, a little bit prehistory. Why did I decided to engage in that field? As I was presented, I'm an architect. I'm part of the Collective Foundation. But once upon a time, when I was still a little kid, I'm the one in the red pants. I was living very close to the river. Actually, my home house is in front of that picture. You cannot see it, but yeah, I was very close to the river. This is Ogosta River, which is in my hometown, Chiprovtsi in Bulgaria. So basically, from a very young age, I got really attached to the river. For me, it was space for play, space for gathering with other kids from the neighborhood, but it was something that I really respected, and I was a little bit scared of it also. But yeah, this is a period of time that got me really attached to the river spaces as places for kids, for people, for animals, for everybody, that are open and welcoming. But later on, the same space that you can see on that picture, in 2007, there was this big project for renovating all the rivers in the city and putting them in concrete beds. This is actually a picture from this morning that my mother took, but yeah, you can see that actually the space is totally different and there is no more access to it. So after 2007, this wasn't anymore our space. And we kind of got disattached to it. And there was a big period of time that I thought I actually forget about rivers, but all of the time they were staying at some back of my mind until around 2020, when I actually met a few active people that were also very curious about rivers, and they cared and loved the rivers as much as I did. And this is basically the time our organization was founded. In 2020, we were just a group of students and recently graduated people in the field of architecture, urbanism, landscape architecture, also people that were very into the topics of culture and didn't have any urban background. But we really knew that we loved the river spaces, and we had this idea to do something. We didn't know at the beginning what was it. But there was this very active guy from our little collective. His name is Martin Yankov, and he's actually the founder of the collective. And he really wanted to make something fast there in the riverbeds, which was actually his idea, was to create some paper boats as an art installation and put them directly into the concrete riverside. So at this time, rivers in Sofia were still very perceived as mostly infrastructure, like they were not considered as spaces, but mostly like something that we have to deal with in terms of, infrastructure-wise. They were actually there in Sofia. Maybe this is changing a little bit now since we were working on rivers, but when we started to dig into this field, they were called canals. So basically, there were actually a lot of projects for rivers on paper, like architectural competitions, deeply developed technical projects, but actually nobody wanted them to be fulfilled because rivers weren't a good marketing for the municipality, because I was saying they were only infrastructure and a problem that we need to deal with. And when we had this idea to intervene with some boats and kind of change the perspective of how we perceive those fields, it was very easy to grant access and to get a permission from the municipality, because this was something so small and maybe a little bit meaningful for the municipality, because it didn't need these big structural developments as all the projects that were still on paper. So actually we get this permission to put the boats inside the rivers. And while doing that, it kind of grew a little bit. We found more people that wanted to join, and from one little art installation, it kind of grew into a festival. So the picture that you're seeing that says after, it's how the idea of those boats actually got a little bigger. And there were different events happening. We needed actually to create access to the riverbeds because they're, in this case, in stone bed, but there are no points of entry. And for a couple of days, when we created the installation that transformed into a festival, we had 3 days of open access to the riverbed. And this was very interesting for people because nobody was actually looking at those spaces and thinking about what they can be, which was a point of interest, how we can explore something that's already existing there, but actually nobody noticed it before. So we just started with something very simple that had this ripple effect of engaging many more people. And yeah, as I said, the first year it was supposed to be just a few boats that transformed into a festival for a couple of days. Actually, it was happening on 3 locations, on 2 rivers in Sofia. But after that, we weren't still sure what the final version of it would be, but we knew that this is something that's telling a totally different story for the rivers, and we wanted to share it more. So in 2020, we were in Sofia. The next year, we did it the same. We had another location that we unlocked on the riverside for a couple of days in Sofia, but we also went to another city, which is on the Danube River, the city of Russe, and we also created another intervention there. The next year, the initiative grew. We had Sofia again in Russe, but we added another city, and it was interesting that people were starting to invite us to different rivers and different cities. The next year, we had another city that we also intervened in. And in 2024, we actually had 6 cities. From this year, I don't have a picture, but we're reaching more and more cities every year, which is something that started from a very small initiative and transformed into something that's working not only on a local level, but on national level, promoting rivers as spaces for people, for culture. We know that for now it's only temporary, and we do this for just a couple of days, but we can see how people shift their vision of what those spaces around rivers actually can be. But actually in the process, of course, when you're moving to a different city, a context that you don't really know, and first we started with the main topic of rivers and discussing what should be better with rivers, but this movement around the country actually brought us to so many different people, and we felt how actually we are very dependent on interactions with different kinds of stakeholders, local people, municipalities, actually normal people that can give us some context and feedback for the spaces that we are meeting for the first time. We already knew how to work with rivers in some ways, but we really needed the local input to actually know what to do and what's needed, and to add a little bit more value to those temporary interventions. So the word community and citizen engagement actually grew as something that was, let's say, equally valuable for us, and on the same level as the river topic. So now we're very focused on exploring different ways of actually engaging people to this cause and working them in different directions. And actually, what are the groups that that are open to this collaboration? The first group that we defined as very important for understanding the space and actually having the energy to match our energy, to build something on site and to be playful and to want to think about the city, are actually the students. The second year, when we made an intervention in the city of Russe, actually we decided to start with some little workshops with local students from L to 12th grade, which really helped us to not only to understand what the site needed and what the young people needed, but also to build a very strong community that will help us fill the space with energy and to have somebody to take care of it. Because as I was saying, we were moving so fast because all the festivals and initiatives and interventions are possible only in the summer. And we are a very small team of 5 people just moving across the country. We really needed active people on site who can take our role and spread the word even further. So in Russe, the thing that we did with the workshop actually empowered the young people to take ownership of the space, and this allowed us to move to the next location but still keep the interventions for a little longer. And when we started with the festivals, we were making them for approximately 3 to 4 days sometimes, but this year in Russe, with the help of the students, we actually kept it the whole summer because there were people on site helping us with everything. And actually the second day when we left, when everything was built and designed and finished, there was this big storm and everything fell apart, and we had the people on site who had the energy and the connection to the site to kind of take care of it and rebuild it, no matter that we were not there. So this was a principle that we decided to repeat as many times as possible. And whenever we try to make an intervention, students and young people are an important group that we connect and we try to involve in the process, not only in building on site, but also in strategizing what's needed and what's important to the site. Another important group that we mapped as a key player in the whole process are the artists. Of course, when you're making an intervention, it's an added value to fill it with functions and events. And as I said, we had a person in our team that's very driven to creating cultural programming and working with different artists and musicians. And this is also a very fast added value that helps you transform the space and fill it with function. And filling it with function actually brings you, and events brings you more people. And each artist is coming with their own public and their own bubble, which is working on many levels. We are promoting the cause with the rivers, but we are also promoting different scenes for the artists, especially young people, young artists that are not finding so easily opportunities to showcase what they do in front of different people. So it works like a collaboration on many levels. Another key group of people that we found as important to include in the process are also businesses, because as I said in the beginning, we are actually a nonprofit organization, and every time we find a location to unlock or initiative to work on, we try to find different ways to find our own funding. So businesses are a very nice way of finding some funding that's not actually interfering with your ideas and your plans and your programming. You're still the leading figure that's deciding what's going to happen, but you're able to present some brand in a way that's suitable for you and find the needed funding to do the job. And also, on the other hand, having a business that's staying behind your back, it gives you an extra credit when you're trying to speak to the municipality. And as we started, we are 20-something years old people with no previous experience in building something on site, and you're going to ask for a permission to do something in the public space, and you're saying, yeah, these brands and these big businesses actually had the trust in me to do that. So it's getting a little bit more easier to get the needed permissions to interfere in something that's owned by the municipality and it's a public property. And also another very important group for us are actually the local organizations. As I said, when we are moving a lot through the country in different cities and trying to promote our cause, it's very important to widen your impact on local level. And when you're entering a city where you don't really know the context, the active players, the active NGOs are the best people to reach out to because they already know what's going on. And we believe that creating these networks with people that are fighting for maybe not always the same cause, but similar little fights as you fight the whole time, it's an opportunity to help each other and promote your work, because all of these organizations are working for different aspects of how to make our public spaces and the quality of life better. For example, I can share a little bit more about the organization in Veliko Trnovo that we are working in. Veliko Trnovo is a city in the middle of Bulgaria with a lot of interesting little neighborhoods with very specific architecture. And there is this small nonprofit organization that's working on creating community opportunities for people in these neighborhoods and introduce culture and art in different unused spaces. And they're making a festival in the summer, which is called 48 Hours Varusha South, which unlocks a few of these neighborhoods. And there is also a river passing through those neighborhoods. So we intervene during their initiative on one location on the riverside, which is on one hand helping our initiative, on the other hand, adding a new value to what they're already doing. So this is a thing that we're trying to create this network of active people and active organizations and think of different ways to support each other, because this is a very long process of actually leaving important impact in the public space, and we need as many supporters as we can have. And this is basically the reason our organization is called the Collective Foundation. We try to reach as many people and as many organizations as possible and have people with similar thinking as ours on board. Another key element of our collective and our network are actually the external experts. Because as I said in the beginning, we started with something very small that was maybe driven from our interest to rivers and our interest to design, but at the beginning we didn't knew the actual problems and everything that's staying behind the real topic of rivers. So we were kind of trying intuitively to find what's going on, and just by testing out with physical interventions and bringing people on site what are actually the possibilities and the big problems, but we never wanted to frame it in the beginning as a obvious results of our work. So at some point we got recognized by a lot of people that were working on research on rivers, and I'm not gonna dive deep into this topic because later we'll have a little. I'm gonna show a little short movie that we made, but this is actually something that gave us credibility and helped us shape the path of what are the steps that need to be done, because we started with temporary interventions that already in Sofia are transforming into permanent interventions at some river locations, but we need to know what are actually the next steps that we need to deal with. And for us, it worked very well that we didn't define them in the beginning, because showing the result on a picture or on an album or in some visual element, it doesn't work in the way we want every time, because we are strong at transforming places and showing on site how actually in the real environment it's gonna work. But sometimes when you rush into showing the final solution, you may lose a lot of people that will try to help in the process and share their opinion, and their opinion won't be kept in mind while you are actually looking for the perfect solution for everybody. So the role of the experts was very crucial for our work. And we were actually able to create some database that was missing, as for example, accurate maps of where the rivers are passing through the cities, and what are the difference between the existing locations mapped in the cadastre, and what are the difference where the illegal sewage flows, and etc. But yeah, I'm gonna share the movie a little bit later, which will explain most of the problems then. But I want to focus on that, how with something very temporary and with the power of community, we can give an example of what a space can be. Yeah, and at some point we got recognized by different non-Bulgarian organizations, which was also a big help to find different ways to make our organization sustainable, because for each project we are trying to look for different ways of funding. As I shared, we were working a lot with different businesses as partners that are donating for our cause, but this was working on event based, but we needed something more sustainable to continue to do our job. So it was good during this process of exploring little locations, applying to different opportunities, sometimes to different competitions. We found similar organizations that work on EU level and had more experience, which really helped us get into different consortiums to apply for different EU projects and actually learn from other organizations abroad. So we're now in this big network of people working on river-related topics, especially when it was launched the New European on the Bauhaus, New European Bauhaus on the Danube initiative. It was the best community that we could ever find to sustain our organization better. Oops. Oops, sorry. So I listed very different kinds of groups, very specific artists, businesses, organizations, experts, but maybe the most important thing that we were trying to fulfill and to reach were actually the mass public, because this is actually how we can transform the whole perception of rivers. As I shared in the beginning, people were actually thinking that rivers are canals in Sofia, and they didn't even notice them as an element in the public space. And we're working on that for the last 6 years, and we actually have a quantity of people that are there visiting all of our locations every year and showcasing that actually the things that we do have an impact on different people. And we've seen that the fastest way to do that is through physical interventions and to having something that people can actually experience. We are also trying to work now in different directions to promote the importance of rivers, not only the physical transformations, but actually to give ideas how people can join in helping the process, like different cleaning actions or little movies and descriptions of actually what are the real problems, because people knew on the very big level that rivers are not clean, rivers are not accessible, but we didn't know the reason behind that. And sometimes you just need to spread the word in a very normal way in which people can actually understand what's happening to that, to I don't know, to have an overview and to understand the problems, and to finally be able to think of different solutions and what actually they want for themselves. So actually these pictures of just having a lot of people on the riverside and visiting what we are doing helped us on the most important level, because we as a nonprofit organizations, we have some power to intervene, but every time we have to get to the level of the administrations and the municipality and to actually state what's important and to gain access and permissions to do something. So having all of these people as a statement that the things that we do are actually important, it's very easy for municipality to switch the perspective from the beginning that the rivers are canals and infrastructure and a very bad marketing for them, because doing an intervention in the structure of the rivers is actually going to cause closed streets, a lot of money spent, time consumed, and different broken connection in the city, while this process of transforming the river is actually finished. They didn't see it as as a good marketing. But when we show the potentials of the river sites, actually, even when they're not still clean and accessible in the most suitable way, the municipality noticed this engagement of all these kinds of groups and all these people, and kind of wants to be part of the process. And the pictures that I'm showing you are actually of different regional mayors, and the mayor of Sofia actually signing a memorandum of what we acknowledge as important that needs to happen to the rivers, which happened last year, and is maybe one of the biggest goals that we have achieved so far with the river case. But yeah, in conclusion, before I went into the part that's mostly explaining the problems to the rivers nowadays, I can say that sometimes you can start backwards and in the not perfect conditions to show what's possible, and in this way you can win all the people that are actually having the voice to do the next steps. So we started with the idea of rivers, but actually we found out that the most sustainable way of working is through people. And this is the introduction to our work. But to give you a little bit more specific about the conditions of rivers in Sofia, I'm gonna share a little short movie that we did to actually present the problems to the rivers to the mass public.
Hey, Gary, we can also share probably the video.
Yeah, do you see it now?
Yeah, we're gonna share it because maybe because of connection, it might.
Okay, you'll do it. Okay, great. Then I will stop sharing. Okay.
Okay, we're set and go.
Цялата е покрита с мокри кърпички. Заболявания, чудовищно мръсна, воня,
Застроени,
изключителен смрад,
асфалтирани, бетонирани,
канали.
Ние в училище сме учили, че за разлика от Москва и Ленинград, София няма река и това е един тъжен факт.
Има 33 реки на територията на София.
Странно е, че това не е известен факт.
Те са част от природата. Това са едни водни обекти, които всяка от тях си има име.
Реките са природен ресурс, който човечеството е използвало от векове насам.
Те са били в града преди ние да се появиме и града е възникнал около тях.
Места, около които се съсредоточава урбанизацията.
Ще видим, че всъщност София е град на реките.
От всеки квартал, всяко населено място, което постепенно се е приобщило към града София, е разположено на река.
Друг е въпросът, че ние не се грижим за тях, не ги забелязваме. Не само това, но много често ги наричаме канали.
Коригирането на речните корита започва в средата на миналия век. Освен с изграждането на бетонови корекции, се покриха и части от корекциите на реките във връзка с изграждане на големи инфраструктурни обекти, например.
От входа на Елвански вход, предния там, до са 100 метра. Общо били 375.
Река Боянска е покрита под булевард България. Река Суходолска е покрита в участъка при Люлин, пресичането на метрото. Река Перловска е покрита в участъка при пазара по Дуене.
Много от реките ни приличат на канали и не се възприемат изобщо като реки.
Тези покрити участъци също създават проблеми, които обаче гражданите не виждат.
Както и Перловската, така и Боянската отгоре са чисти. Там нещо се случва отдолу. Водата, която тече в момента в Перловска река, е доста мръсна. Сега ще ви покажа основния източник на това замърсяване. Влизайки навътре, разгледах съответно съоръженията, които са изградени. Те са за ни спасяват от наводнения. След определен метър установих, че замърсяването е по Боянската, не по Перловската река и всъщност стигнах до едно вливане на канализация, което замърсяваше Боянската река.
Забелязвате ли разликата? Реката нагоре е чиста. Но изведнъж от този канал, който вероятно дори е за водоснабдяване, се излива огромно количество мръсна вода.
Начинът, по който работи смесена канализация, е, че в сухо време тя не се излива в реките. Но когато завали дъжд, преливника прелива и съответно смесената с дъждовна вода, канализационна вода, започва да се излива.
Особено там, винаги се очаква, че ще има някаква миризма, защото е канала, щом е канала, значи си очаква, че мирише. Значи това е канализация.
Театър зад канала, той се намира зад река. Пред този театър, всъщност, реката е затворена и върху реката е изграден паркинг.
Първоначално корекцията на река Перловска е била с две много широки ивици, предназначени за парк. Част от тези ивици още стоят. Това са двете алеи непосредствено покрай двата бряга на реката. Забележете, че има наскоро изградени паркоместа покрай стадион Васил Левски, пак за сметка на зелените площи около реката.
Те са бетонирани по такъв начин, че на практика създават специфични, много силни топлинни острови.
Ние сами виждаме, всеки един изпитва на гърба си, на челото си жегата, която беше тук последните дни, как не се живее в този град.
47 000 смъртни случаи в Европа, причинени от високите температури.
През лятото се превръщат в едни котлони.
По кадастрална карта проследите протичането на реката. Тя тече в публична общинска собственост, после минава в частна собственост, после минава в частна общинска, публична държавна и така тя си сменя по течението на реката собствеността. Този проблем блокира всяка инвестиционна инициатива. Т.е. не може да се издаде строително разрешение, ако собствеността не е публична.
По българските закони е недопустимо, но въпреки това се е случило. Примерно в Манастирски ливади изток има жилищни сгради, които са построени върху река. Риска от наводняване на мазета, първи етажи и после заради лакомията на един инвеститор страдат живущите, те от своя страна обвиняват общината.
Въпросът е, че има много незаконни зауствания.
Ето тук може да видите много ясно. Тук вече си личи, че става дума за изтичане на канализация. Директно в реката. То е просто очевидно как централната канализация се влива директно в реката.
Проблем има с кадастралната карта. Установен е на всички нива и всички хора, които се занимават с проектирането.
Съвременната софийска канализация има и една друга особеност. Огромно количество мокри кърпички, които се изхвърлят в тоалетна. Което води до едно допълнително ясно видимо замърсяване, с което можем много лесно да разберем къде има изливане именно на най-често на тази централна канализация. Ако отидем сега на река Аджибарица, ще видите едно суходолие, което е покрито с именно тези мокри кърпички, които излизат именно от преливането на тази канализация. Това е, както казах, незаконно, нерегламентирано, плод на много грешки във времето. Ходенето по река Аджибарица, или това, което е останало от тази река, е най-тежкото нещо, което съм изживявал. После 3 дни не може да се възстановя.
Министерството го прехвърля на Столична община. Столична община обаче казва по закон, то е на Министерството. И така си седиме в едно тихо и кротко гранично равновесие.
През доклади на общини излиза, че положението е цвете. Европейския съюз успяваме да го залъжем достатъчно добре. Което в крайна сметка пак отново се връща при нас, защото е като някакво смитане на боклука под килима.
В момента ми се струва, че има едно прехвърляне на отговорността.
Кой е виновен? Защо не са почистени? Заради нас не са почистени. Защото не гледаме реките, защото не ги приемаме за част от живота ни. Защото дори, нека да го кажем така, дори защото сякаш си казваме, ако тук не ми харесва, ще отида някъде другаде.
Проблемите са супер много.
В момента сухата река, която минава през манастирски ливади, се зарива с строителни отпадъци.
Там няма канализация. Тя сега се изгражда в Драгалевци.
Ето, наскоро последната река в Овча купел беше унищожена, беше вкарана в канализацията.
Битови зауствания, незаконни зауствания, каквито има много.
Канализацията прелива през този канал в реката.
Много силни топлинни острови.
Най-мръсните
канали.
Те бъдат в една ден И защо се случва това нещо? Не ни пука. Не е важно. И аз съм окей с това, между другото. Ако не е важно за хората, нека се случва това, което се случва. Но в един момент ми прави впечатление, че имаме съмишленици. Аз спокойно тук мога да говоря в множествено число, защото вече имаме голямо количество хора, които им пука наистина.
Водата е безценен ресурс. Това в една ситуация на климатични промени е абсолютно ясно за всички нас. И ние сме от щастливата страна на планетата да имаме достъп до водни ресурси, да имаме прясно течаща вода.
Резултатът тръгва от това, да си кажем, че искаме нещо.
Реките, те трябва да бъдат отворени на практика. Те трябва да бъдат социализирани, те трябва да бъдат трансформирани и да се върнат към възможно най-естественото състояние.
Има изключително много примери в архитектурата и съвременното градоустройство, как да подходим към естествените динамики на реката.
Проект в Бърно, в Словакия. В центъра на града, река подобна на Перовската или Слатинската, малко по-голяма. Просто отваря цялата река, разбива всички бетони и връща реката към естествено състояние.
Аз живея в град Хамбург, така наречената Северна Венеция на Германия. Вътре в самия град почти няма градска част, човек да няма възможност някакси да стигне до водата, да я види, да я усети.
Много интересна е цялата история на Темза, например, в Лондон, която през 18 век започва тежко да се задръства и се превръща в основа на заболявания, воня, до такава степен, че вече в средата на 19 век става абсолютно непоносимо и тогава започват много мерки за управянето и възстановяването на реката.
Примерно в град като Копенхаген, територията с водата, която някога се е считала за мръсна, защото там са минавали корабите, свързана с пристанището. Отново се дава възможност всеки един канал да влезеш и да плуваш. Преструктурата е вкарана вътре в съществуващите водоеми.
Много често ми задават въпроса, добре, но това ще струва много пари. Има няколко различни варианта. Единият е много скъп, другият не е чак толкова скъп и третият е много евтин. Просто да се наложи строг контрол върху заустванията, изливанията в реките.
На една среща на Министерството всъщност изведнъж беше осъзнато, че просто почистването на преливника ще доведе до решение. И това нещо се случи. И не само, не просто това се случи, бяха почистени 122 преливника и реките почнаха да текат чисти.
Така че контролът, който не струва много пари, понякога не струва въобще пари, дава един сериозен резултат. Много скъпите варианти е да се отварят целите корита и да се връща техния природен вид. Това е и скъпо и на някои места е съмнително дали може да се направи заради ограниченията на градската среда, на застроената градска среда. И може би трябва да се търси един среден вариант, в който на определени места да се промени дизайна на коритото, така че да може да се върне, да се разлее реката. В същото време трябва да започнат да се налагат мерки за незаконните зауствания и тяхното прекратяване. Това са първите две неща, които могат да се извършат в един сравнително кратък период.
Сега имаме огромния шанс, че има все пак някакви буфери, които все още не са застроени. Рекията, това е богатство на София. Не са много градовете. Ние даже си говорихме кой или други еквивалентен град да има толкова много реки и толкова много малки реки. Аз лично се сещам.
В момента заедно с колектива се опитваме да създадем такава карта или поне да сложим началото на правене на качествена такава карта, за да може да го знаем този ресурс, който имаме и оттам вече да тръгнат всичките политики към неговото по-добро стопанисване, проектиране, планиране и ползване.
Така както има структура отговорна за почистването на реките, така трябва да има една структура, която да е отговорна за техническата документация на съществуващите корекции.
Проблемите на реките на София са многопластови и е необходимо да се подходи с цялостна визия, която да е дългосрочна, да адресира различните инженерни, ландшафтни, екологични решения. От създаване на влажни зони край реките, които да задържат поройните дъждове, до социализиране на едни участъци, натурализиране на други, изграждане на велоалеи, преосмисляне на градската канализация. Тъй като цялостната трансформация на реките ще отнеме десетилетия, е важно да започнем от някъде.
Според мен е възможно да се направи един пилотен проект,
Именно с река Перовска като най-централна и най-емблематична за София.
който обаче да бъде подкрепен от всички структури на Столична община. Общинския съвет, Комисията по инженерна инфраструктура, Комисията по екология и зелени системи, от НАК в лицето на главния архитект на София, кмета по строителство, който ръководи процеса по общественото строителство, и под егидата, може би, на кмета, да бъде изготвен един такъв пилотен проект.
При една политика и при една политическа воля и воля на градската управа това да се случи, всичко е възможно.
Няма друг градски елемент в София, който може да даде толкова много предимства на града. Имаме над 100 км реки. Ако се облагородят, ако се озеленят и почистят, биха помогнали и на въздуха, биха помогнали на жегите да се свърже този град с едни зелени коридори, велоалеи, които са над 100 км, да докараме много повече биоразнообразие. Невероятно! Да има места, където децата да играят, защото реката е най-естествената и най-добрата детска площадка за едно дете, когато тя е чиста, разбира се, и безопасна.
Една река, която всички разглеждат в момента като канал и край нея има сгради, в един момент се инвестира в отварянето на тази река, в екологизацията или връщането й към живота и тя от канал се превръща в парк. Представете си какво става с стойността на недвижимата собственост край тази река. Един допълнителен актив в рамките, да речем, на около 10 милиарда евро.
Крайна сметка ние и икономическата система, и всички отношения, парични, които формираме, те са създадени именно за да живеем в свят, който искаме да живеем. Свят, който разбираме като справедлив, който разбираме като сигурен, красив дори.
Ако една река се връща към естествено състояние, това значи, че има живот в реката, има живот край реката.
В момента работим по европейски проект, който е с редица европейски партньори. На тях, като им покажем информацията, която имаме за градската растителност в учебници от 50-те години, те са в шок. Тоест ние имаме потенциала да бъдем лидери в някои теми, а не просто да следваме.
Това е една доста сложна задача заради ограниченията на градската среда, но е нещо, което трябва да се направи по много причини. Една от причините, която напоследък все повече се споменава, това са климатичните промени.
Една от най-съществените екосистемни ползи, които София специално има от реките, е именно довеждането на хладен планински въздух.
Меделин в Колумбия. Преди 3 години или 4 са взели решение да подсилят зелените клинове в градската среда. Са успели да свалят температурата с 3 градуса в целия град.
Всъщност реките могат да бъдат наистина един огромен климатик.
Ако те бъдат променени и разливната им площ се увеличи, от котлони в центъра на града, те ще се превърнат в охладителни пространства.
Всички ние ще спечелим много повече, ако имаме повече възможности да се свържим с реката, да използваме нейните пространства и да бъдем близо до нея.
Когато преминават покрай тях, просто да погледнат в тях. Ако това се случва, ще имаме чисти реки. Просто защото тогава ще има социална тежест, просто защото се знае, че има голямо количество хора, за които това е интересно.
Като го направим този пилотен проект, трябва да има поддръжка, трябва да има популяризация и затова много ви се радвам, че сега ще започнем да тормозим общинската администрация, която е инертна. Тя трябва да бъде притеснявана, да бъде засипвана от предложения.
Винаги решението е през хората.
Когато всички работим за една кауза, и проектанти, и администрация, и граждани, ефектът може да бъде поразителен.
Прави се, във всички развити страни се прави, няма никаква причина да не се направи и в София.
Това е надпартиен проект. Това е проект за града, проект за природата, проект за нас. И от нас зависи това.
Има ли пример някъде, да кажем, в Западна Европа, който може да ползваме?
Ами, има такъв пример, да. Реките на София.
All right. Thank you so much for sharing this video with us. I think it's actually very interesting now also for a little bit of a recap from today's, because we went through, in a way, linked topics, but through very different landscapes. We started off in Mumbai, in a very densely populated landscape where people were trying to actively they are trying to preserve the spaces, the not developed spaces. Then we went to Milan to map again, in a very dense environment where we are trying to map abandoned spaces where people can kind of again reclaim for their purpose and for the use and again for public life. And now we come to Sofia, which is not as dense as Mumbai or Milan, but it's very interesting to see how we're having again these kind of liminal spaces where we're trying to activate and to see how our interventions. So how do we first engage with the public, and then also how do we how do we change the situation? I can open up the stage for questions from the audience. And I also have a question myself. So when you're doing these projects, so you're building basically networks of communities, and you are creating these type of active citizens that are going to lead towards a structural change. So they're going to lead towards a change. My question is, how do you empower them, or how do you stay in touch with them, and how do you give them the power? What tools do you give them for like long-term, so that they can take the stance, they can take responsibility themselves and take the work further? That's my first question.
Actually, in the process, in the beginning, we were not empowered, and we needed to find the tools that we used to unlock public and river spaces by ourselves, which means how to engage the people, how to find funding, how to communicate our ideas in the best possible way. And those are things that there was no, at this time in 2020, there was nobody that could give us that as knowledge. So many things, especially how to speak with the municipalities and how to win them over our cause, and the funding, of course, were things that were very important to find out for ourselves. And because we wanted to help other people do the same, whenever we found something like that, like a little niche, how to apply on projects, or how to create the right presentations to example your ideas to the municipality, we decided to share that. And it was happening in different forms, mostly in forms of workshops, or we were making different like open discussions to share what we find, and just invite people that want to do the same and go further. We try to keep contact with the people that we are finding in different cities as much as possible. And we're happy that we are not the only ones that are doing the same thing. And there are also other active organizations that are trying to keep this network. So this year was actually the first hosted event. It was hosted by one organization in the city of Varna. They are called Varna Spaces, and they made this gathering of all the active NGOs in Bulgaria, which was great because many people get the chance to meet each other, interact, and think of ways to, to collaborate. But yeah, basically we are trying to share everything we find as useful in the process of transforming public spaces.
This is really great. And also a second question to that would be, when you're having these spaces, you also are trying to, in a way, to engage with the administrative bodies. And I guess as a non-profit organization, that could be difficult. How often do you think that they're like most actively engaged with you, so that so that this machine kind of starts on going? Like how does that process? How often do you need to like nudge them, or like what platforms do you need to use to kind of say, hey, we're actually really want to to change this, to change the environment?
Yeah, so it's very different in each city we go. For example, in Sofia, there are already some paths that allows you to reach the municipality. Also different open calls that allow you to apply for our idea for the public space, which is kind of making the conversation between organization and the municipality easier. But we're happy that some municipalities are already starting to be proactive and to reach out to us. For example, the municipality in Gabrovo. The first year we made the interventions there, they were the ones that found out about us and reach out, and they were like, do you want to do this? But it's very different in Russe, which was one of our favorite cities, and we got really connected into it because of the first workshops with the students and all. It was very difficult to work with the municipality there. And actually, at some point, they were trying so much to interfere and make decisions for us that the project kind of got lost, and now we're not pushing that much in this direction. But yeah, the person contact is very important, and also to showcase that you have an idea that many people care about and many people want to support. This is making always the conversation easier.
I have another question. So all these events and these interventions that you do at let's say a site, they are short term in a way. And you also see that through this, that like this acts as a trigger event, and over the time, because you do it, a lot of people, a community builds around it, and then the space gets a lot of attention. The stakeholders are involved, like the municipality is involved, and the funders are involved. But after you disassemble or let's say move out of that space, have you seen like this being as a trigger event to leading to the development of that area in future or not?
Yeah, actually, when we first started, we were intervening mostly in the concrete beds, where it was actually very difficult to have people there after the festivals, because we were creating access, we were putting scaffolding, stairs and everything, but still we saw so many people gathering there, which was kind of problematic because the level of the river rises very fast, and this can lead to problems. But after that, when we moved to areas where the river is in its natural bed, we didn't leave any interventions, of course, because the water is spreading a lot, and yeah, we cannot count on the elements that we leave that they're going to stay there and they won't be taken by the river. But we needed to do a lot of cleaning of the area before we make the intervention. So this is something that's lasting, and people remember these spaces. So especially the location that we choose for last year, it's very nice that people are going there even after even after our initiatives. We managed to leave a few traces, like a few elements in locations that were appropriate. But yeah, maybe the most important thing is that there are some areas that are already accessible, and we highlight them, and people now go there. For our next year, our goal for next year is actually to create a whole path around the river that is accessible, which will be with a very small interventions, basically cleaning and setting the area up and adding some lights, which is something that's gonna last. But in terms of connections, it's gonna work very nice in Sofia, because we have 3 parks almost in the city center, which are separated by very big boulevards. And if we create this path, it's gonna be a very nice connection for a few neighborhoods through the park, through the city center. So we hope everything goes by plan for that for next year.
I thank you for your talk and the very inspiring documentary. I was curious that since the condition of the river was very much because of the water quality, has your interventions also led to discussions about the larger practices of water treatment and waste in the city? Because that is somehow very much connected to the rivers and and the water itself.
Yeah. So in the main problem with the quality of river is actually the mixed sewage system. which is something that we are discussing a lot, and experts that are we are trying to attract to our core team are helping us with that. But the main problem is maybe the easiest solution is going to be to think what we do with the rainwaters, because in this scenario where you have mixed sewage system and the rainwater goes and overflows through the domestic water and after that in the river, this is something that's causing the change of the quality of the water. And also, as you saw in the short documentary, that these overflows are getting filled with different elements and they need to be cleaned at some point. So maybe because to transform the whole sewage system is a project that's maybe impossible at this stage. We're trying to think of different ways how to lead the rainwater not directly into the sewage system, but how we can, I don't know, find different solutions and possibilities to work with the rainwater. But this is on a very first stages of actually exploring what's possible. But the cleaning of the overflows, the 122 overflows of the sewage system, was something that really changed the quality of water. Of course, when we have heavy rains, it's not recommended to get inside, but yeah, and also the unregulated overflows, which during the festival this year we mapped 5, and we made a petition for them to be removed, and we registered the petition in the municipality, and now 2 of those 5 are removed, and we're waiting for the other 3. So it's a very, very slow process to have a bigger impact on the water. For now, we're having bigger impact on the spaces than on the quality of water, but we're slowly trying to get there also.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you for the inspiring talk, and for sharing your insights and your knowledge. We'll now be moving towards the next talk, which is the pep talk. So thank you once more. Thank you once more for joining. It has been very great of having you, and also to the streamers, so that the streamers online also know what's happening. We are also sharing this on YouTube, so yeah.
Thank you again all for inviting me, and I want to invite you back to our festival next year. If you have free time, feel free to visit. It's going to be at the late, like the last week of August, so you're all invited. And
yes, I can say it's good.
Bye.
So yeah, we're gonna have a 5-minute break, and then we're gonna continue with the pep talk.
Hello, everyone. So as we finish the day, we'd like to look ahead and introduce our students to the Professional Experience Program, or PEP, which supports early career designers as they move into practice. This 2-year part-time program runs alongside your work in the field and is part of the route to professional registration in Netherlands. We are joined by Professor Eric from TU Delft, along with representatives from Bureau Architecture and Register, and a recent TU Delft alum who has just completed the program and will share their experience. I hand it over to Professor Eric.
Because of the listeners online. Okay, hi. This is going to be an intimate meeting, I guess. Good to have you and to explain some things about life after graduation. I have prepared some introductory slides. Maybe should I? Yeah, I'll get my finger ready here. This is what we had in mind. Hey, more audience. A short introduction by myself, then Matthijs de Boer will take the floor. He will tell you about the integrated trajectory. And then Marie-Lou, who's also in the room, she will talk about the individual trajectory towards registration. And we have a round of questions. And for that reason, Anne van den Berg, urbanism alumna from this university, is in the room. She recently completed the individual trajectory she just explained to me. We have 1 hour, so it's going to be dense, but I guess that's okay for now. All right, so let's move on. About the life after graduation. You know, it's good to take some time to consider and start considering what you're looking for after graduation. There are things to consider. There are things to evaluate for yourself, mostly. And I've just sort of lined out some questions that you might ask yourself in order to be more or better prepared for a potential employment, for a potential contract, for a potential contact as well within the labor situation. And question number 4, more specifically, is meant to also evaluate with yourself, you know, what's the purpose of being registered, officially registered? And when is it a good idea and when maybe it's not necessary at all, you know? We will ask that question as well to the people, the guests who are now present here. So I'm not going to discuss all these questions with you. It's just a sort of a reminder that, you know, before jumping into work, it's good to ask yourself these questions. First, about the employment situation in the Netherlands, might roughly say there are three ways or 3 contexts to find work. It can either be in the public sector. Traditionally, the public sector, also in terms of design and planning employment, is quite good. It has a long tradition. It sort of requires a specific set of, I would say, competencies that relate to the fact that you are expected to serve society as a whole. And that can be on the scale level of the municipality, the provinces, or state organizations. It can also be related to, for example, research institutions. That's the bottom line. And well, let me sort of explain or tell you about my first experience as being employed as a landscape designer. That was in Staatsbosbeheer, so the State Forestry Service in the Netherlands, in which I sort of got, let's say, experienced in terms of how policy plans are made. You know, what are the mechanisms that are related to the creation, the design and the creation, the realization of good plans. Before and after 5 years, I moved to the private sector. And here are some examples. So this also has to do with the answers to the questions I just put on the screen, those 8 or 9 questions. You know, would you feel more inclined to join a commercial firm, consultancy, design scheme producers? Then probably one of these there are many more in the Netherlands. One of these agencies might be your aim. They can either be monodisciplinary or multidisciplinary design offices. There are very many combinations actually of architecture and urban design offices, for example, or urban design and landscape architecture offices. But there are also monodisciplinary agencies who work on a project basis with other consultancies, other experts, for example, on specific plans. And they can also be large engineering firms, mostly multidisciplinary, multinational firms like Arcadis, Haskoning, Antea, Sweco, and there are maybe 5 or 6 more that actually employ urban designers and landscape designers. And then there's this non-governmental category of institutions, organizations, associations that have also employment for people who are in the design field. Maybe, let's say, this sort of primary design produce is not so very obvious there, but these are organizations that have either a more, let's say, a research or analytical task or spatial quality assessment responsibility, for example, either on the level of the local or the regional public entities, or are about spatial conservation. They have specific tasks on, let's say, protecting what is vulnerable, also in the urban as well as the landscape context. Okay? Maybe you would consider an academic career. Just added this one. For example, within the Department of Urbanism, I think this is actually valid for the whole faculty. If you have, there are actually 3 routes towards an academic position in terms of a researcher, for example, with a PhD ambition. You can either respond to a vacancy, which is the result of a program or project that was granted to the faculty or to a specific department, and which leads to the publication of a vacancy, which is rather tailored. You know, it's meant to support the development of a response to the issue that was on the table, or that is on the table. Route number 2 is that you can apply with the grants, because the condition is that you are self-funded or that you have an official financial support somewhere, and then you can apply either through a direct letter to somebody you know, somebody who would be interested in a specific topic, or you can frame it in terms of an open application to the graduate school itself. But as you can see, both work only with the, let's see, attached to a specific scholarship that allows you to survive for 4 years and pay fees that are related to the work that you're expected to do here. Okay. So this roughly describes, let's say, the landing strip of young professionals that would like to find a job in the Netherlands. It's either the public sector, it's the private sector, it's the non-governmental sector, or let's say academia. Okay? Now we jump to the main course of this afternoon, of the menu, which is when can you call yourself an urban planner or a landscape architect? And then, I mean, this is just one slide meant to, as an introduction to the explanations that Matthijs and Maïlu will later on present. which is the Dutch Architects Title Act from 1988. It says there are 4 official titles for design, spatial design competencies. You are either an interior architect, a landscape architect, or an urban planner. And only registered urban or landscape designers can present themselves as urban planners or landscape architects. So when you graduate here, for example, in my case, in the track of landscape architecture, outside you cannot call yourself a landscape architect. You will be fined, be locked up. You first have to go through the experience program and be enrolled in the register, and then you can call yourself a landscape architect. So for that reason, there's this 2-year professional practice experience trajectory, and it takes 2 years, and the rest will be explained by our guests. Are there any questions or remarks so far?
Oh yeah, on the academic career, are there still paid vacancies for PhD? Because we have budget cuts and we don't employ new people?
Only on the condition that it is related to a specific grant that was administered to the faculty. What we do is we prepare bids, and then we try to find a research contract or a research assignment that allows to contract to look for a PhD researcher. So only in that context, we can actively, as I said, this is the first round that I explained, we can actually contract researchers. There are no other ways. There are other ways, but then you have to bring yourself your own sufficient financial buffer. Okay? One is in the room. Just a question to Anna. Where do you work? Where are you working at the moment?
I'm working at Ziegler Brandenhorst. It's a company for urban design and landscape architecture in Rotterdam, and it's it's around 16 people. So.
How did you find that job?
I was talking to a girl at the Bouwpub. No, I heard of it before, and then I saw her, and she was doing an internship over there, and then I saw her, and I thought, okay, I need to speak to her because I want to work there. So yeah.
You knew the firm.
Yeah.
It existed, like their work.
Yeah.
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 And you're one of them.
Yeah.
And you're happy.
I'm happy. Yeah.
Thank you so far. Okay, that's it for now. As far as this short introduction is concerned, let's move to the next series of slides and give Matthijs de Boer. Maybe you can introduce yourself in the meantime.
I was told to expect 200 people here. So it's a little different set expected, but decide to put on paper. That's why I'm sharing this. This is very interesting. Yeah. I recognize this slide. Thank you. My presentation, you will see a lot of smiling people. That's the one thing you will learn at PEP for sure, is how to smile. But about content, we are really serious, of course. But on the other hand, we're a happy bunch of people, which is also an important aspect of PEP. Can I have the next one? Thank you. Kickstart is the title on the right hand, on the right top of this slide, which means that we are helping you to give a kickstart to your career in stedenbouw, urbanism, or landscape architecture. And all you need to start PEP is your master's and a job in your field. Next one. We cover all 4 different titles according to the law, and you see only 3 people there, and that's because the interior architects stay inside, of course. Next one. I must emphasize about the last slide that the whole course is actually interdisciplinarity, which means that we put all disciplines together in one course. Of course, there are accents on urbanism, on landscape architecture, etc., but we also believe that it is important to learn together with the architects and the interior architects. You will have a mentor during the 2 years course, and the mentor is something in the organization you work for. It's not one of us, but it's someone from your work. It's important because then lines are shown. The same want to acquire. So if you go for the title landscape architect, your mentor should also be a landscape architect, a registered landscape architect. The mentor is responsible with you for the depth and diversity in the work you get to do. So if you happen to be in a job where you only get very boring drafting jobs, for example, you can go up to your mentor and say, hey, I'm doing PEP or BEP, so I need other things to do. And then your mentor is also responsible to arrange that for you. Then, next slide, please. We organize a number of modules for you, which are one-day conferences on a specific subject of which we believe that it's not sufficiently covered in the university curriculum. But it is important in practice where you work. What you see is what we do in the module days, the conferences. You get lectures, master classes, workshops. There are many professionals to communicate with about case studies, and there's also guided tours for interesting projects. And we always conclude with a network drink. If you don't speak Dutch yet, I'll tell you one important word, and that is for network drinks in Dutch, that's borrel. B-O-R-R-E-L. Your way to learning Dutch, that's a good start, I think. Next one, please.
What model of
Yes, once per month, about. It's there are 16 modules in 2 years. So you visit different interesting locations those days. You see that the girl in the center of the picture on the right, she gets bonus points for PEP because her jacket is the same color as the armrest. So that helps. Thanks. Next one. There are professionals of many fields related to urbanism and landscape architecture who will give the lectures. So you will meet a wide range of interesting professionals. Next one. In the afternoon, there is usually a workshop with an interesting case study. Next. And here you see the titles of the first year modules. It's not very necessary to keep those all in mind now. It's something that you will experience while you start PEP. Different subjects per day. Next one. Second year. Next one, please. Then, next to all the content, once again, building a network is one of the important things we believe that you do at PEP. Next one, please. Next one, still about networking. So you see how important we think this is. Next one. And it all ends with the Architects Ball, organized by BNA, the Dutch Architects Association. And an invitation to the Architects Ball is included in the price of PEP. Next one, please. So apart from the conference days, there's also the individual development, of course, which consists basically of 3 talks with someone from PEP, your course coordinator, as it's called here, because it's someone else than your mentor. It could be me, for example. And we organize a start meeting at the beginning, and halfway after the first year, you'll have an office meeting, which means that I or another coordinator will come to your workplace to talk with you and your mentor. And then in the end, after the second year, there's the final meeting. So these meetings are meant to discuss progress and reflection with you and your mentor. But there are also opportunities to discuss problems you may experience in your job with us. So on. What we ask from you is to keep track of what you're doing by writing a logbook, a journal, in which you write down week by week what your experience are in your job. And what we think is most important is not just the experience in itself, but also the reflection on it. What did you learn? What went wrong? What went well? And what could I do better next time? Next, please. And this is the slide of the POP, which is your personal development plan, persoonlijk ontwikkelingsplan in Dutch. And that's more like a checklist of competences, which makes your progress measurable. Next one, please. So this is the PEP team of coordinators for the different fields, architecture, interior, urban planning, and landscape architecture. I noticed that all the photos are a bit old by now. Everybody became a couple of years older, including myself. But well, we're a large team in order to give everybody the individual assistance he or she needs. Next slide, please. Next slide. This is our project team. You can imagine that we call them the girls, and they organize everything for you and for the rest of the team. Next one, please. Expenditure here is meant to explain how much time it will cost. We'll talk about money later. We think 4 hours a week must be enough in general, and then half of that is for the module days, for the conference days, 16 in total, and the rest you spend on keeping track, writing your log, and keeping track by filling out your personal ontwikkelingsplan. Next one. We start in September, and it's important to register that if you want to start in September, it's necessary that we know that beforehand so that we can plan everything. So before July 1st in that same year, you should apply. You should register for PEP. Next. The cost of course, an important aspect. It might be raised a couple of euros next year due to inflation. And it's important to mention that this is tax deductible. And in most cases, is our experience, employers will contribute or pay the whole fee for you. It's of course important to discuss that early enough with your employer. Next one, please. Well, another one with smiling people, a glass to drink. One important day is, of course, when you get your sought after PEP certificate. And the PEP certificate gives you access to registration at the Architectenregister. Next one. One thing which is important, you will have a couple of months to learn Dutch before you start PEP. All lectures and etc. are in Dutch, so it's most important is to understand the language. But of course, in the one-to-one communication, there's no problem in speaking English with each other. Next one. Hope to see you soon. It will be first chance September next year. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Matthijs. Questions? This is about the integrated group trajectory.
I just had a Dutch thing question. Everything is in Dutch. Everything is in Dutch. Every single. Yeah. Thank you.
The modules in the course is with everyone together. It's like landscape urbanism architects and interior architects. All these modules happen for all of them together.
Most of the modules are with the whole group. And because we got some comments on that, we decided to have a couple of specialist module days specifically for your group, urban designers and landscape architects. I must admit, I'm not so sure. Not all the pictures are very recent, but to give you an idea, we have like 35 urbanism participants now and 25 landscape participants.
Total or per year?
From the last year. Yeah, that's in total, it's a bit more.
Entered.
Yeah. This year, sorry. Total. We have 150 people started last September, of which,
Architects, interior architects.
yeah, that's all the 4 disciplines, yeah, in 1 year.
What do you think?
Well, we are happy with 150 people because it's, in the first place, it's more than ever before. And in the second place, it's a group which you can still handle each person individually. You're with a team of 14 professional tutors. So, and per tutor is really a good number. And of course, we hope to grow every year.
Yeah, I have heard some reasons why you start later or why you don't want to have the title. I started it because I have the feeling that when I graduated it, that I want to continue, keep going on with the learning. But there are people that say I want to have some years of experience and then start. Or there are people that want to go to another country and then work there some years. Or there are some people and they say, I don't need a title. I do other work. So then I don't do the program. So there are different reasons.
You can be a very happy professional without being registered. That's also a scenario that is actually that counts for the majority of recently graduated people.
3 questions. First is, except the Dutch language, are there also other criterias which you have to meet definitely to enroll in the program? Like
criteria than language.
No, as I said in the presentation, you need your master's and you need to have a job. So yes, we don't provide jobs. Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
As long as it's work in your field, of course. Like if you start working in a supermarket, it doesn't count, you know? Not necessarily. And we even have, of course, participants who start their own practice by themselves, and they find a mentor in their personal network. So
there's another trajectory that will be explained by individual trajectory. One question.
Yeah, so my questions are, is the PEP trajectory paid, something that we need to pay for? Yes, okay. Yes. Okay. Mhm. Yeah. Another. So if you have like a bachelor's in architecture and then you specialized in urbanism, but then let's say you want to, because from what I'm understanding, as you acquire PEP, you're able to sign on projects as like a professional. But then if you want to be recognized as both, could you do that? Or could you have, or like, as let's say I want to be like an urbanist and an architect, is that a possibility?
that's something we have many discussions about, because these hybrid educations and practices become more and more normal. So we should do something with it. But for now, the law on the architect's title requires that you get your title in the same field as your master's. So that's decided for you somehow, which I believe is a pity, and I hope it will change over time. The law is being evaluated at this very moment, so there might come some changes, but I'm not sure. Maybe Marilou knows more about what's happening there. Marilou, maybe you can answer this question.
You have to have your master title. That's should I speak in this? But also, if you want to do the professional traineeship afterwards, you have to do it twice because you have to work 2 years as an architect, but you also have to work 2 years as an urbanist. So
that's like when you have.
Yeah, if you have 2 masters and you want to, and there's also other possibilities to register with a second discipline, and that's called the crossover within the architect register, and that has a different program. You can look that up at the website of the architect register. There are many ways to register. Yes. Then you have that's.
One more question over here.
I wanted to know, like, what I didn't exactly get it, but like, what's sort of missing through the university education that is covered in PEP? I get there's a lot of networking opportunities and stuff, and of course, integration within like the local context and everything. But I want to know what the major gaps of university education.
A very good question. It's about what does the university not teach people that should be taught through the BEP? What is the complementarity between the two programs?
What we think we're not studying here right now, so maybe we're wrong in some things. But yeah, please do. We have a special day in which we give information and discussions about how to work on a tender and how to make up a contract if you're an architect or a landscape architect or urban designer, and you want to get work in a commercial working firm. You need to learn how to write your offer to a municipality or other client. That's one of the things we believe it's not covered in the education, and there are many more on that. I think
it's the difference between teaching a discipline, which is the core business of this school, and being a professional in the full width of the word, to be able also to think in terms of legal consequences, budgets, clients' approaches, and all that, which is how exactly all the mechanisms and instruments that are available that will be relevant for your work as a designer. It's what you're expected to learn through the program. Okay? I'm not sure how much time you have left, because we're, are you flexible? Yeah, are we flexible? Marilou? Yeah, exactly. Partly also covered by you. Okay. Can you switch?
Graduated 40 years ago on this faculty in a different building and in architecture and interior design. So I don't know. I know a little bit of your discipline. I'm the coordinator, yeah, from the independent route of the BEP, and that is offered by the Architect Register. And before I'm going to tell you about this route, I'm going to tell you something about the legal consequences. One of my colleagues told me to inform you about this, because it's already told, if you have a master's degree from the TU Delft or from TU Eindhoven, and you add a BEP certificate from the PEP or from the independent route, then you have like a combination where you can register in whole of Europe, because there's a recognition of this this title, and so that will help you if you finish here and you're going to work in another country where you come from, or you want to work in Italy or wherever, and you want to have your certificate there. Then you have mixed qualifications, and maybe Italy will accept this, but when you go to Spain, they say, well, no, this is a master from Holland and a certificate for the professional traineeship for Italy. So then every country will look into it, and it's not for sure that you will be able to register. So that's something why it's important also to follow the BEP. Apart from it's very worthwhile, because it's like really a professional traineeship, but it's also a personal development, because in this short time where you work, you get 3 professionals who will guide you. That's for the independent route. You have a committee of 2, and you have your mentor, and they guide you along. They try to get the best out of you, or they. I'm going to start with my information on the BEP. Let me see. I think you can. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And then I'll tell you. Yeah. Okay. What is the BEP? With the independent route, you shape the whole route yourself, because you can start whatever you want. When you're ready, the next week you can apply, and well, you should have work, of course, for at least 20 to 40 hours per week. You should have a mentor who is registered for more than 3 years. And then you can start. And also the whole route is, we follow you along. So which work experience you gain during work, you put in your logbook, and the committee will look into that. And next. Now, why? I think that's been said already a lot of times, but it's really, this morning we had a end meeting with a candidate, and she said it was so worthwhile because I could work for the whole scope of a process of this. There was an architect student, but otherwise she should have haven't been able to go to the building site or see into contracts. But then with this knowledge that she should see everything, she said, well, I have to do this for the BEP. So, and also reflecting on your work and where you're busy with is very good. Very, especially if you start working. If you start working, you're still curious. You're wondering, why do people this way? And asking this question is actually reflecting on your work experience. Well, that's what I said. You start anytime. The program is at your own pace, and we offer a bilingual program, so you can speak Dutch or English, and the committee as well. Yeah, of course, the law says you should work for about 2 years. People who tend to follow our program take a little bit longer because they see the worthwhile of this trajectory, and they want to really get the most out of it. So 2 to 2.5 years, 3 years sometimes is also possible. You can also change from employers. You can work for yourself. You can add all this work experience into the program. I do suggest to start right away, actually, because if you're still young and you start to work, then it's the most valuable to do this route. For both of us, it counts. That's what I already said. Yeah, the mentors is so the one professional. You choose him yourself or her, and he can be from your office or he can be from outside your office. If there's no urbanist available, you can look into the network of your company, of yourself. Next to working, you have to follow modules. Ja, eentje terug nog. Ja, the modules. And those you can choose yourself as well. So there's no set program. If you want to do carpentry or you want to do speaking in public, it's your choice. Okay, we have 4 committees for architecture. We have 1 for urbanism, 1 for interior design, and 1 for landscape. And they are the ones who will guide you through the whole process. We will have 3 meetings with them. They are working in the fields you are applying for. They're open conversation. There's no exams. And the 2 first meetings are online, and the last meeting is in The Hague with the committee present. Work and mentor. All work you do after graduating counts for the BEP. If you work only 20 hours a week, then it will take longer, of course, and if you work 40 hours or more, it will last approximately 2 years. You can work any place. The mentor is already set. If you work abroad, the mentor could also be registered abroad. So if you're working in Italy, for example, and your mentor is registered in Italy, he can be your mentor for the BEP. No, you don't have to be Dutch. The law, yeah. 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 You can work? You can work all over the world. You can work all over the world because it's getting work experience. So sometimes the committee will ask to compare, for example, certain laws or rules or whatever in the country you're working for with how they do it in Holland. No, yeah, you can work in the States if you're it's more interesting maybe as well if you work there and you work in another place and you compare and then you reflect on, hey, people are doing this quite different, and why do we do it in this way in Holland or in the meetings are online, but the last meeting is in The Hague, so you have to come back. Set BEP and the process. So how do you start? You're registered on the website of the architect register. You upload your certified copy of your diploma. And then you can start, you get an account and you can upload and you read all the manuals and you upload the information and then you request the next. Then you have the meetings. These are the documents we need. It's the PPP, the Personal Progress Plan. There you add all your experience more in a list. Then you have the logbook where you really reflect and you add pictures and context with what you are doing. And you follow modules which you reflect as well upon. Because we like you to follow something, and it's also in the later on when you're registered, you have to follow courses. You have to keep on learning. How do you call it again? The continuing learning is mandatory if you're registered. So following modules is like a start of this. We always suggest to come after approximately a half year when you started working. So you have something to discuss with the committee. The second meeting after another year. So you're almost working for 1.5 years. And for the final meeting, you should be ready. So it should be only a few end terms to cover. That's it. I didn't talk about the end terms and the competences, but you can all look them up on the websites. And it's like what the law says you have to have for gained work experience.
The individual. Can you say something about your experience there?
I choose this one because I was also teaching here some days and working besides at the company, and that was 5 days in a week. And with the BEP, you have like more freedom to do the modules and to work on it on your own time. So I thought I can combine this. 2.5 years. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. And it was also in the beginning a bit hard because the end terms, I had a bit of difficulty to understand them. But during your process, you will learn, they mean this and they mean this. So yeah, that was took some time, but it was good. Yeah. Yeah, but the costs are, I think, different. Yeah. Yeah. A number. Uh-huh. well, I joined one of the courses from the PEP because I, yeah, for some of them, and they also, yeah. Yeah, it was really nice also to see other people who are doing this course. But
I can talk aloud, but okay. Okay.
stand next to each other. But there was also like a module about the subjective city, which was organized in Amsterdam. It was an exhibition and a sort of workshop. So you can really search for yourself. But also I wanted to go to a day to Welstand, which in Den Haag, which is, yeah. So then you maybe have to plan a bit more when you want to do it and where, but you can really choose something where your interest lies. So that's nice. Yeah, they are very open to, yeah, really. And also you, as you said before, you and you as well, you come on places where you normally are not joining the field because you don't have that much experience. But now if you say, I need to learn this for my PEP or BEP, then they're really open to, and that's really helping. Yeah. Yeah, use it.
So from what I know, that you can also apply for the title if you have work experience without.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's the disadvantage of that? Like how long do I have to work to get the title normally, and then how BEP or PEP supersedes that in a way?
I think that the website explains that all very explicitly, but as I remember it, let me see if I remember well. You have to have at least 7 years of experience, professional experience, and then you have to go through an exam. So there's still an exam. Oh yeah, okay. So and if you have the master diploma, how many years of work do you have to do to avoid going through the program?
10 years.
10 years.
Yeah, at least 10 years. And then they will look, then they also will look into your experience. Yes, yes.
So you're still assessed, so to speak. Okay. All clear, almost all.
Okay, so then what is the benefit of having this certification? Because where I'm from, very often you can just work basically as an architect, but you have somebody else who stamps your drawings. So is it the same here? So, well, my discipline will be urbanism. And I know that it works like this in architecture and urbanism. I'm from Czechia, so it usually in a company you have some people who have the certification, so then you don't need everybody to have it.
I think it's not only about the title, but it's also getting the guidance at the beginning of your work career. And if you start working without this program, you get all the jobs. Well, I don't want to say nobody wants to do, but you get different kind of jobs, and you are less intent to speak up as I want to learn this. And now you have like a program, so I have to see this, and also both of our routes will ask you to reflect on what you're doing. So this will help you personally as well to become stronger and more mature person, also more professionally. So yes, it's about getting the title and maybe getting for European tenders as well, but it's more about you. And having all these people and the mentor as well, they are most of the time, they're really beheerd. Yeah, they are honored if you ask them. It's like, I'm going to learn all what I know at this young professional. And it's really good to have discussions with your mentor as well. It sharpens your mind and it sharpens your attitude towards the discipline.
Yeah. Add a few things. I think in general, it's very important for your job and career opportunities in the future, because more and more this registration will be important for any employer or client in the fields you're working in. So if you want to stay at the same level that you start with your whole working life, then you could say, okay, I don't care. But if you want to grow in your field, like in content, but also in opportunities, I believe it's very important to either do BEP or PEP and acquire the title.
I don't know, in some countries, I don't know about urbanism, you can't work if you're not registered. I know in Belgium for architects, you have to be registered to do a job there. So that's another part.
We have a question from the audience at home, like the best of TV shows. Maybe it might also overlap with some questions that have already been asked, but someone asked, is there a difference in how international students participate in and adapt to these programs? If so, what are they and what advice would you give? I mean, of course, some aspects we've already covered, but I just wanted to make sure that we answered this.
Well, of course, in the first place, there's the language thing. So we can communicate, of course, in English with our participants, but the lectures are all in Dutch, as said before. What was the other question?
Yes.
Okay, well,
yeah, I can add something because I think for not non-Dutch graduate, it's sometimes difficult to get a job because then you have to have the work permit, I think, as well. Sometimes it depends on what. If you're from Europe, then it's different. But if you're from outside of Europe, it's you have to have your employee have to give you a permit, I think, or have to stand in for you. But that's sometimes difficult for those.
Okay, I have a few questions. First of all, with the CAO, is there also like a raise in payment if you get registered?
Yeah,
should be, right? So.
And also, if you start working, student is different. Working as a graduate.
Yeah, so it's not that should be my primary thing, but I have heard from people that.
Good investment, I believe.
Yeah. And then I don't want to be mean, but to me it feels like there is a program which offers multiple languages, is cheaper and more individualized, and I can register whenever, while there's another program which is more expensive. And I have to register before I even graduate if I want to start right away. So I don't know, maybe why should I choose PEP instead of BEP? Because so far it feels like BEP has a lot of opportunities.
Well, it's up to you, of course. This is why I emphasized so much on the network quality of PEP. So if you want to be part of a larger group of people in the same field, it gives you some advantage for building your network in the future. If you are more like an individualist, there are advantages in BEP, of course. That's true. Of course, you get 16 module days, which you can consider to be a burden, but in reality, everybody's always really enthusiastic about what you get to learn there, and again, then the network ball in the end.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
As an international student, my question is to the both of you. If, for example, I start working and for whatever reasons, the company that I'm working at no longer supports my work permit and I have to leave or whatever, what happens if I'm still doing the program?
You can work abroad as well. So you can both routes are about work experience. So it's about working and then reflecting on what you're doing, then covering the end terms and the competences. So you can work in Holland, but you can also work where you come from or in another country in the EU. And you can after 6 years, you have to be finished. So the route stops. So you have about 2 to 6 years to finish your BEP.
Just a quick to add. So when I'm finishing the BEP, I'm just getting the credentials for Netherlands. I would not get like additionally to the country that I'm working at. Okay.
Registered in Holland with the TU master diploma and the BEP from one of us, then you can register in the Dutch in Holland, and with that registration you can go to any country in the EU. I'm registered in Holland, so can I be registered here? That's
Actually, about that topic, because you said there are sometimes complications when you have a master's degree from the Netherlands and then you go to another country to work and get your registration in that country. So would you say there's maybe even the possibility, or maybe do you know of cases where people say, okay, I have graduated in the Netherlands, I go to, I don't know, Italy, Belgium, whatever, to work there, but I will still do the BEP and get the registration in the Netherlands. So I am working outside the Netherlands, but I still do the registration in the Netherlands because it will be easier, because then I have the master's and the registration in the same country, even though I am not working in that country after graduation.
That's right. You can work in Italy or Spain and do the BEP. Yeah.
That's something that you would maybe even recommend, because it then you can make sure that it's like the same country and the same degree and registration.
A friend of mine is doing the BEP and she works in France, and she's Dutch. Yeah. And it is possible, and that's really nice. But sometimes it's a bit hard because, for example, urbanism is a sort of different a job in Holland than in France. So with some end terms, you need to you need to do something to get them, and for her, she thinks it's good to combine the countries, as you said. Sometimes it's a bit hard because the jobs itself differ a bit.
I still need some clarification. Suppose I am living in I'm a Swiss citizen, or no, let's make it less complicated. I'm a German citizen. I have a master degree in landscape design from Munich, and I want to come to the Netherlands to do the architecture registration. Can I enroll in the BEP program with a German master diploma?
normally a colleague of mine is a specialist, but I know only architecture is the master diplomas for architecture are acknowledged through Europe. So if you come with a master from landscape of Munich, we will assess it first. So that's cost. That is costs. Okay, and then if there are lists, the Annex V of the European Union, there are all the universities and schools listed who can apply for the BEP. Yes, you can follow the BEP because we have people from the States with a master diploma in architecture from Toronto is Canada, but whatever, yeah. And because they are living and working in Holland, they want to be registered here. So we say, okay, you can, but then you have to follow the BEP. So they're working here, they're following the BEP, and we will register them because we acknowledge their master diploma and then we acknowledge the BEP. But if they go to another country, they will say, okay, this is America, this is Holland. What do we think of this?
You're right.
So
Well, I'm a citizen. I have a master diploma in architecture from Munich University. I work in Munich as an architect, and I'm applying for the BEP program in the Netherlands. That is possible, right? So it's a global shop, actually. I live in India. I work in India. I have an Indian diploma in architecture. You will assess the, let's say, the calibration of the diplomas, and then either accept or not accept the enrollment. Yes, okay. Right. Yeah, of course. Yeah. It's administrative work to do. Yeah. Tariff. Yeah. Okay. Last question of the afternoon.
Yeah, I was going to extend on the on the example. Yeah. So if you're like have finished architecture, then you and then you finished urbanism, and then you go and you say, okay, now I'm going to continue architecture. I'm going to work for 2 years. I'm going to do the BEP, and then you say, okay, now I got the BEP for architecture. I want to do the urbanist BEP, and then you switch the studios, and then you do the urbanist BEP, and then you're recognized both everywhere. Yeah. Great. Sounds good.
But it starts with a double master diploma. Yeah, of course. Yes, you're expected to work. Yes, okay.
Sorry. Sorry. If you're working at the same office where you work as an architect and as an urbanist, and it takes longer, for instance, to me, at least it sounds like I would sign up for BEP, then even though it's going to take longer, the course is the same, right? Because it's like it follows your pace. So even if I decide to do it for 4 years, because I want to be both registered as an architect and as an urban designer, it would be the same thing, but just longer. If I'm working as an architect and then an urban designer at the same firm, as an urban designer, urbanism, yeah, I'm working in both the domains and I want to be registered in both the domains. It just means the course is longer, or do I still have to do the course twice?
it's not about time, it's about getting the experience. So it could take 6 years before you get all the experience, because if your company doesn't do certain things, you have to find another way to do it. So it's a little bit about time, but it's more about getting to do what you need to do.
Can we close off? I remember that I invited you saying, if everybody comes, there might be 200 people in the room. This is a white week in between courses. That's one of the explanations why people have other things to do, like, for example, rest, or they are still in the stressy phase of finalizing the previous course. What I can offer is to repeat this kind of information sessions in somewhere in spring when a large group of students is actually facing. In May, okay, that would be great if you would announce that. All right, yeah.
May, yeah, somewhere in May, in spring, we have an online event every year. It's called the BEP Pep Talk. We always make an advertisement also at all the universities and schools. So then there are different rooms where you have the explanation. So you have a room for urbanism, for interior design, architecture, and landscape. Yes, and there's also always alumni present who will give a presentation as well, and they are ready there to ask questions. And
Thank you for showing up. I hope this wasn't too much of a disappointment. I mean, it's just, you know, at least this group is interested, and there were some people online as well. Thank you for organizing this, Polis. And there's still some drinks and some things over there, snacks, yeah? Okay, so thanks again. You want to close?
No, just a extra part as the Polis. We also have the Atlantis magazine. So, and we're already having a yard sale at the end of the session, and you can just come and take a look at the table, front table with the magazines, and you would really.
Okay, yeah, so closing off, thank you everybody for joining. It was a pleasure of having you, and tomorrow we're gonna with a lecture from Victor, and then the workshop. And see you tomorrow.